This is Commission President Toshiko Wasagawa convening the regular meeting of October 28, 2025. The time is 10:30 a.m. We're meeting in person today at the SCA Conference Center and virtually on Microsoft Teams. All commissioners are present with me today and are currently gathered in the executive session room awaiting the opening of this public meeting. We'll now recess into executive session to discuss two items regarding litigation or potential litigation or legal risk per RCW 42.30.1101I for approximately 60 minutes. We'll reconvene into public session at 12 o'clock p.m. Thank you. This is Commission President Toshiko Hasagawa reconvening the regular meeting of October 28, 2025. The time is 12:09 p.m. We are meeting in person today at the SCA Conference Center as well as virtually on Microsoft Teams. Clerk Hart, please call the roll for all commissioners who are in attendance.
Thank you. Beginning with Commissioner Calkins.
Here.
Thank you. Commissioner Cho will be joining us shortly. He is in the building. Commissioner Fellman.
Present.
Thank you. Commissioner Hasagawa.
Present.
Thank you. And Commissioner Mohammed.
Present.
Thank you. We do have a quorum established.
Thank you, ma'am. A few housekeeping items before we begin. For everyone who's in the room, pretty please turn your cell phones to silent. And for anyone participating on Microsoft Teams, please do mute your speakers when not actively speaking or presenting. And also, please keep your cameras off unless you're a commissioner or a member of staff participating virtually and are actively addressing the commission. Members of the public addressing the commission during public comment can turn your cameras on when your name's called to speak, and then you can turn them back off again at the conclusion of your remarks. For anyone at the dais, please turn off computer speakers and silence your devices. Also, please remember to address your request to speak through the chair and wait to speak until you have been recognized. You'll turn your microphones on and off as needed. All of this will help ensure a smoother meeting, so thank you so very much in advance. All of our votes today will be taken by the roll call method or by general consent, so it's clear for anyone participating virtually how the votes are cast. Commissioners will say aye or nay when their name is called. We'd like to open with the acknowledgement that we are meeting on the ancestral lands and waters of the Coast Salish people, with whom we share a commitment to stewarding these natural resources for ourselves and for future generations. This meeting is being digitally recorded and may be viewed or heard at any time on the Port's website and may be rebroadcast by King County Television. So at this time, I invite you all to stand and join us for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. The first item of business today is the approval of the agenda. As a reminder, if a commissioner wishes to make a general comment for or against an item on the consent agenda, it's not necessary to pull it from the consent agenda. Rather, they can offer general supporting or opposing comments later in this meeting once we get to that part of the agenda. However, it is appropriate at this time if a commissioner wants to ask questions of staff or have a dialogue on a consent agenda item, that they request the item be pulled for separate discussion. So at this time, I understand Commissioner Fellman would like to pull an item from consent. Commissioner Fellman?
Yes, Madam President, I would like to pull item 8F for discussion.
Commissioner Fellman has pulled item 8F from the consent agenda for a formal presentation and discussion by the commission. Are there any other motions to pull an item from the consent agenda or to rearrange the orders of the day? Hearing none, Commissioners, the question is now on approval of the agenda as amended. Is there a motion?
Second.
The motion's been made by Commissioner Mohammed and seconded by Commissioner Fellman. Is there any objection to approving the agenda as amended? Hearing none, it is so approved. Which brings us to the next item, which is the Executive Director's report. We have Executive Director Steve Metrick to make the presentation. You have the floor.
Thank you, President Hasagawa. Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'd like to begin my remarks by acknowledging that today we take a moment to recognize First Responder Awareness Day and honor the firefighters, law enforcement officers, EMTs, dispatchers, paramedics, and other first responders who protect our Port of Seattle facilities and our communities nationwide every day. We're deeply grateful for their courage, dedication, and sacrifices they and their families make in service to others. First responders are often the first to face danger, so the rest of us can be safe, whether during emergencies, natural disasters, or daily calls for help. On behalf of the Port, we thank them for their service and reaffirm our commitment to supporting and honoring their critical role in keeping our region safe. Moving to operations, the federal government shutdown continues, with today marking the 28th day since the appropriations expired. Last Friday marked the first full paycheck missed by federal workers, including the TSA, CBP, Coast Guard, FAA, and other employees who continue to come to work every day despite not being paid. Operational impacts here at the Port so far have been limited, which is a testament to their commitment to our facilities and the work. I'm pleased to share that as a sign of our support for those federal partners, the Port hosted a Federal Worker Resources Fair here in the Conference Center last Wednesday, with approximately 350 federal employees taking advantage of food donations, financial resources, assistance, hygiene kits, and unemployment and food stamp sign-ups for assistance. This week, we're opening up a food pantry stocked with donations from Port employees, other airport partners, and the community. We're coordinating closely with federal agencies to ensure that their employees know about these opportunities. With the impact of the shutdown compounding for federal employees, we're hopeful that both political parties will come to the table to resolve their differences and identify a path forward soon. Commissioners, a theme that you heard from me over and over again as we face uncertainty and change at the federal level is that port-to-port, regional and industry collaboration becomes even more important in our work. That point was abundantly clear over 3 occasions in the last few weeks, as the United States government led the effort to delay the International Maritime Organization's Marine Environmental Protection Committee from adopting the world's first industry-wide fee on carbon. When I participated in the Global Maritime Forum Summit in Antwerp last week, and as hundreds of maritime leaders from around the nation and the world came to Seattle for One Ocean Week last week as well. At the Global Maritime Forum, I was pleased to facilitate a work group that had discussions between supply chain leaders focused on decarbonization. And while we face new headwinds on this work, the commitment of the industry continues to inspire us to boldly pursue solutions that will work for Seattle and the Pacific Northwest, including advancing the work of the green corridors. I was encouraged at the meeting by the words of the IMO Secretary General, Arsenio Dominguez, who said a lot has been learned from the MEPC meeting, and there's still a lot of work going on at IMO, and with the meeting coming up in April, he was very positive about the way forward. At One Ocean Week here in Seattle, we were joined by leaders from across the United States, as well as delegates from the Port of Bergen and the Port of Kobe. Thank you to the commissioners who participated in these events, which drove home the opportunities before us locally. And I think that we all have a point of pride in seeing that the Port of Seattle and Washington State featured among maritime leaders in these sustainability and opportunity development efforts. Continuing with our maritime updates, last week our cruise team concluded a record-breaking season. This season generated $1.2 billion in economic benefit for the region and supported more than 5,100 jobs. We saw 298 ship calls from 8 home port brands operating 14 different ships. Passenger numbers hit a new high with 1.9 million revenue passengers. On the environmental side, 65% of ships plugged into shore power at berth, up from 42% last year. That cut more than 6,000 tons of CO2 and reduced diesel particulate emissions. It was also the first year all 3 cruise berths had shore power available. We also partnered with Carnival Corporation on Seattle's first biofuel demonstration project, with Holland America testing biofuel on 3 sailings. Cruise offerings expanded with 23 sailings beyond Alaska to destinations like Mexico, Hawaii, New Zealand, Asia, and along the Pacific coast. We're proud to welcome Cunard's Queen Elizabeth for its first Seattle Homeport season, operating 11 round-trip voyages. Our Port Valet program continued to grow, handling over 200,000 bags and giving visitors more time to explore Seattle before heading to the airport. And looking ahead, we expect both Virgin Voyages and MSC Cruises to Homeport in Seattle in 2026. Later in today's agenda, we will seek your authorization to approve a new terminal operator lease at Terminal 91. In Maritime, I also want to provide an update on Salmon Bay Marina. In September, our port staff initiated a widespread communications and outreach effort to inform Salmon Bay Marina customers of our decision to close docks A, B, and C in March due to serious safety concerns with the material condition of the facility. Acquired by the Port of Seattle in 2018, the 64-year-old docks provide covered moorage. However, our teams, including engineering and health and safety, identified significant safety concerns because of the conditions of the dock structures. Therefore, the port is taking necessary actions to protect health and safety of our customers and staff by closing the facility. We understand this is a very difficult situation for our customers who live aboard vessels and floating onshore on-water residencies or flowers at Salmon Bay. The port continues to offer a number of supports to our customers and, in fact, expanded that support, including reimbursements for relocation expenses. And the work done by our diligent staff to help customers is making an impact. To date, 50 customers, approximately 41%, has successfully secured alternative moorage within just over 5 weeks. In the remaining time, staff and I will continue working diligently to support the rest of our customers. We are confident by staying the course we can achieve this goal. However, we are aware that some customers have asked the port to extend the deadlines for moving out. Regarding this request, let me say that we are making a difficult but necessary safety decision. Extending the deadlines would compromise the safety of both staff and customers that are not under consideration. However, we are reviewing the other requests that we've heard and for additional support, and also we appreciate the feedback from commissioners on this support that's being considered. Turning our attention to the airport in the fall weather, as we've experienced over the weekend, has clearly arrived in Puget Sound, and winter is not far behind. The airport is working to ensure we are prepared for winter operations in the 2025-2026 season and for years to come. Tomorrow, the airport will hold its annual snow symposium, where the entire airport community comes together to review operational plans for handling winter weather conditions at SEA. The snow symposium discusses the airport's plans to keep the airport open from the roadways to the runways in inclement weather. On today's consent agenda is item 8C, which will expand our snow storage capacity that is connected to the Industrial Wastewater System Lagoon 3 Treatment Center. This space will be ready for the 2026-2027 snow season. And finally, I want to mention some great aviation news. Yesterday, the Port of Seattle received the 2025 Airports Council International North American Environmental Achievement Award for outreach, education, and community involvement, specifically for using environmental justice framework to ensure inclusive outreach, engagement, and language access for part of our SAMP near-term project's NEPA environmental assessment. We were told that the judges commend the Port of Seattle for its innovative use of an environmental justice framework to guide outreach and community engagement. This approach ensures that all voices, especially those historically underrepresented, are included in the regulatory compliance review process. More than 20 staff from multiple divisions and departments contributed to the development of this environmental justice framework, and of course, the commissioners have all been valuable champions and experts in your own right as we continue to improve the way we deliver benefits and opportunities for the region. Also this week, our interim aviation managing director, Arf Gauss, accepted an award from the Airports Council International, ACI World, in recognition of SEA's contributions to fostering improvements in safety and supporting airport staff development. It was a good week for recognition of the port and SEA employees by their industry peers. Then, moving to today's meeting, I'd like to highlight a few of the items on today's agenda. On today's agenda, item 8F seeks authorization to execute a 5-year term lease agreement with Pacific Cruise Ship Terminals, LLC, Metro Cruise, for management of the Smith Cove Cruise Terminal at Pier 91, effective November 1st, 2025. I'll have more to say about this when I introduce the item later on in the agenda. We also seek your adoption of an amended resolution to reaffirm our values and commitment to being a welcoming port. Under presentations and staff reports, we will turn to the broader aviation capital program as part of the 2026 budget cycle and brief you on the tax levy and draft plan of finance as well. And commissioners, lastly, I'd like to end on a really positive note, and I'm pleased to introduce and welcome to the Port of Seattle, Chris Wimsatt, who joins us as the Port's new Chief Financial Officer. And today marks his second day in the role, and we're delighted to have him on board. So, Chris, if you could join us, there you are. Chris brings an extensive experience from leadership roles in Sacramento and Dayton aviation systems, as well as the private sector. He will be responsible for overseeing the Port's financial reporting, operating budget, and capital planning. With his expertise combined with the strong capabilities of our finance team, the Port is well positioned to continue its careful stewardship of our public resources, support for local communities, and investment in our shared future. He's here today, and I'd like to invite him to say just a few words. So,
Thank you,
Chris.
Executive Director Metric. Chris Wimsatt, second day. It's been great so far. I look forward to working over these next few weeks to meet with each of you one-on-one, and over these next few months and years to work with this world-class team to advance the goals of the Port. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Executive Director Metric, for that presentation, and welcome to the team, Chris. We're ecstatic to have you. Okay.
And Commissioner, just after the introduction of Chris, I would like to say I'd like to also thank serving as CFO these past months as interim has been Elizabeth Morrison, and I want to, since Dan Thomas's retirement in May, and I want to thank Elizabeth for all her efforts as interim CFO. So with commissioners, that concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll now move forward on to committee reports. We have Strategic Advisor Francis Cho who will provide it. Francis.
Oh, sorry. Thank you very much, Commission President, Executive Director Metric, Francis Cho, Commission Strategic Advisor. On July 15th, Commissioner Calkins and Cho convened the Sustainability, Environment, and Climate Committee, where they received an update on port-wide Scope 1 and 2 greenhouse gas emissions inventory results from 2024. Scope 1 and 2 greenhouse gas emissions by division show that aviation accounts for 96% of the emissions, while maritime accounts for 4%. Overall, port-wide Scope 1 and 2 greenhouse gas emissions have decreased by 44% from the 2005 baseline, with SCA Airport Scope 1 and 2 greenhouse gas emissions reduced by 41%, and maritime Scope 1 and 2 greenhouse gas emissions reduced by 72%. That is it for committee reports.
Thank you very much for that report, Francis. I'll turn to my colleagues and see if they have any follow-up questions at this time. Seeing none, we can move forward with public comment. The Port Commission welcomes public comment as an important part of our public process. Comments are received and considered by the Commission in its deliberations. Please note for the record that we have been joined by Commissioner Cho. Before we take public comment, let's review our rules for in-person and virtual public comment. Clerk Hart, go ahead and play the record.
The Port of Seattle Commission welcomes you to our meeting today. As noted, public comment is an important part of the public process, and the Port of Seattle Commission thanks you for joining us. Before proceeding, we will overview the rules governing public comment for your general information. Each speaker will have 2 minutes to speak unless otherwise revised by the presiding officer for the purposes of meeting efficiency, and the speaker shall keep their remarks within the allotted time provided. A timer will appear on the screen, and a buzzer will sound at the end of the speaker's comment period. The Commission accepts comments on items appearing on its agenda and items related to the conduct of port business. Presiding officer will ask speakers to limit their comments to these topics. This rule applies to both introductory and concluding remarks. Disruptions of Commission public meetings are prohibited. General disruptions include but are not limited to the following: speaking before being recognized by the presiding officer, holding or placing banners and signs in the meeting room in a way that endangers others or obstructs the flow of people or view of others at the meeting, intentionally disrupting, disturbing, or otherwise impeding attendance or participation at a meeting, refusing to follow the direction of the presiding officer or security personnel, attempting to use the comment time for purposeful delay without conveying a discernible message, using the comment period to assist in the campaign for election of any person to any office or for the promotion of or opposition to any ballot proposition except when addressing action being taken by the Commission on a ballot proposition appearing on its agenda, directing public comments to the audience, engaging in abusive or harassing behavior, including but not limited to derogatory remarks based on age, race, color, national origin, ancestry, religion, disability, pregnancy, sex, gender, sexual orientation, transgender status, marital status, or any other category protected by law, the use of obscene or profane language and gestures, assaults or other threatening behavior, and sexual misconduct or sexual harassment. For safety purposes, individuals are asked not to physically approach commissioners or staff at the meeting table during the meeting. Individuals may provide written public comment before or after the meeting, and in addition, speakers may offer written materials to the commission clerk for distribution during their testimony to the commission. A detailed list of the public comment rules is available through the commission clerk. If a meeting is disrupted by an individual in attendance in the meeting room or by an individual providing public comment in person or virtually, the port will impose progressive consequences that may result in exclusion from future meetings. Written materials provided to the clerk will be included in today's meeting record. The clerk has a list of those prepared to speak. When your name is called, please come to the testimony table or unmute yourself if joining virtually. Repeat your name for the record and state your topic related to an item on the agenda or related to the conduct of port business. For those joining virtually, when you have concluded your remarks, please turn off your camera and mute your microphone. Our public comment period will now commence. Thank you again for joining us today.
Great. Thank you, Clerk Hart. So I will have you take us through who signed up in advance. We'll begin with elected officials. And then let's go with everyone who's in person in the room. And then we'll go and through everyone who's here virtually. And then everyone who did not sign up in advance.
Thank you, Madam Commission President. Give me just a moment here to pull this up. And following those instructions, we'll begin online with Mayor Mary Miller. Mayor Miller, if you could please repeat your name for the record and the topic that you're speaking on today, and then I'll start the timer. We do have 1 minute assigned for speaking today.
Thank you very much, all. My name is Mary Miller, and I'm in support of the Port of Seattle Master Plan.
Please continue.
Okay. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Commissioner President and all commissioners. My name is Mary Miller, and I have the honor of being the North Bend Mayor, home of Truck Town, a key stop along the I-90 corridor, which is one of the most vital highways in the U.S. Every day, trucks roll through our community, carrying goods from Eastern Washington, farms and manufacturers and small businesses, all heading to the Port of Seattle and SEA and markets around the world. I'm here in strong support of the Port of Seattle's master plan and the proposed SEA expansion. It means smoother cargo movement, fewer delays, and a stronger, more reliable connection between the Port CEA and the communities that depend on it. For us in North Bend, this translates into more efficient freight traffic, more support for local businesses, and opportunities to partner on a sustainable, modern transportation solutions modernization, aligning with our shared goal of a cleaner, more resilient freight network. The Port of Seattle's success is Washington's success. Thank you. On behalf of North Bend, we thank you, Port Commissioners, for your continuing advocacy for port investments. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mayor Miller.
And then, Madam Commission President, members of the Commission will go to the room, beginning with Randy Fiertz from AAAC.
Coming up, Randy, choose one of the seats up front. Make sure that your mic is hot. Introduce yourself. Identify the item that you're speaking to. And then we'll start the clock. You have 1 minute.
Good afternoon. My name is Randy.
The time is yours.
Okay, do that all over again, I guess.
Please, yes, sorry.
Randy Fiertz.
Can we get him a better mic? It's coming in and out. Sorry, please.
Can move over. How's that? Is that better?
That's great. And
Okay.
I think you're ready to rock. The time's yours.
Okay, great. Good afternoon. My name is Randy Fiertz. I am the airline chair of the Airline Airport Affairs Committee, and as such, I'm representing all 54 airlines that operate at SEA. As chair, I've coordinated a unified letter of support for the Sustainable Airport Master Plan from all airlines, demonstrating our shared commitment to this vital initiative. It's rare for airlines to agree on much, but on SAMP, we're united. That alone speaks volumes about its importance. Why does this matter? SAMP projects are essential for the region's needs. 2014, Seattle served 37 million passengers. By 2025, we expect 53 million. Our region is growing and the airport must keep pace. SAMP is the only way within the port's current capital program to meaningfully meet the needs of the traveling public. Without it, service to travelers will decline, opportunities for local jobs and economic development for the surrounding communities will be stifled, and the port will be unable to meet its Century Agenda goals. Ultimately, SAMP is about supporting our region's economy and future. Thank you for your time and support. Together we can ensure SEA remains a driver of growth and opportunity for all.
Perfect timing, Randy. Thank you.
And then our next speaker we have in room is Monty Anderson. Monty, please go ahead and repeat your name for the record and your topic that you're speaking on today from the agenda or related to the conduct of the port. Thank you.
Yes, hello, my name is Monty Anderson. I'm speaking on the SAMP with the Seattle Building Trades.
Welcome, sir.
All right, thank you. I think everybody's, the gentleman before me kind of used all the numbers, so I'm not going to use mine because that seems a little more comfortable saying that. What I'm going to talk about here is a lot of people don't realize that the SAMP is not only important, but the jobs it provides. The port has taken the steps that the people that work on these jobs and this development have access to health care, are getting access to child care and middle-class jobs. So it's not just about, some people want to narrow it down to just a little plan here at the airport to expand. What the airport does is a huge economic driver for families. When I say huge, I mean thousands and thousands of worker hours a month here, and we get into the hundreds of millions of dollars going back into the pockets of working class families right here in the region. So once again, we are here to support SAMP and also the environmental review, which congratulations came through good, and the leadership with Metric, Steve, and the port commissioners. We appreciate you and thank you for your time.
Y'all are doing great on timing today. Thank you, Monty.
Our next speaker is Michelle Gianmarco.
Welcome, Michelle. Your name, the item, and then you have the full name.
I'm Michelle Gianmarco, and I'm here again to comment on the closure and evictions at Salmon Bay Marina, where I've been a liveaboard on my houseboat for 11 years.
Welcome.
We're grateful to the commissioners who met with us in the last couple of weeks. Yesterday, we met with Marina Management, and unfortunately, our predicament remains unchanged. 10 longtime residents will be displaced in 21 days with no financial assistance. A highly effective public agency following the port's values would have made every effort to avoid this situation. They would have been good stewards of the marina and demonstrated excellence by finding innovative ways to improve it for future generations. Had that agency still decided to close the marina, they would have proactively mitigated the human impacts. They would have shown integrity and respect by notifying residents sooner of a closure possibility. They would have been equitable in offering financial assistance to all liveaboards who they couldn't offer comparable moorage to. It takes years for us to find comparable moorage. So what I haven't heard is that much effort was made at all to avoid the urgent and impossible situation we now face. A highly effective public agency would not be exploiting a legal loophole on the water to shoulder its burdens onto vulnerable people. This has totally eroded my faith in our public agencies, and thank you for listening.
Thank you for coming.
Our next speaker from the room is John Cheney.
Coming up,
Please
John.
go ahead and repeat your name for the record and your topic, please.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is John Cheney. I will be a displaced person and my vessel will be displaced from Salmon Bay Marina. Okay. The port purchased the marina knowing what condition it was in. And the port has done a lot of study work on that, and in my view, has done very little. And we are at a place of chaos and crisis that was created by the port. I have three things I would like to ask the Commission to push for in equity toward us as tenants, as your tenants at the marina. One, we're paying the same tariff rate that was established for us at the beginning of the year, and that tariff rate was based on similar marinas, none of which are condemned, none of which are under safety regulations and safety findings. And so please reduce our current tariffs down to $100 a month so that we have more financial resources to deal with this problem that you have created for us. Reimburse our expenses. Reimburse evenly amongst all liveaboards within the tenancy and perhaps others. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Our next speaker from the room, I believe this is Carlin Smith. Please go ahead and repeat your name for the record and your agenda item or topic related to the conduct of the port, and then I'll start the timer.
Morning, Commission. My name is Carlin Smith. I come to you as a voter in King County and Seattle, and rank and file member of the ILWU Local 19. Commissioners, I'm here today to express my concerns about the Port of Seattle's seaport cargo properties and apparent lack of future planning. It has been negotiated storage of cranes at Pier 30 that virtually block the use for any other party that might have been interested in using those piers, letting the tenant out of the lease for pennies on the dollar and what appears to be no plan for future use outside of storage of SSA's cranes. The payment for this lease abandonment needs to provide for the stormwater management that you all know that the piers need, completed in order to get serious interest by another shipper or stevedoring company. Please use the funds at the Port of Seattle to support future cargo operations. Let's not forget that Seattle does not happen to have a deepwater port, but rather Seattle is a city because of its deepwater port. You've been given the public's trust to protect it. Please do so for the next generations.
Thank you.
Madam Commission President, I understand somebody online has a time critical. Am I able to call that person now?
Yes.
Great, thank you. And this is Ben Brookman from Alaska Airlines. Ben, please go ahead and repeat your name for the record and your agenda item or topic related to the conduct of port business, please, and then I'll start the timer.
Good afternoon. My name is Ben Brookman. I'm speaking in support of the Sustainable Airport Master Plan for Seattle-Tacoma. Good afternoon, Commissioners. I am the Managing Director of Airport Affairs for Alaska Airlines. I'm here today on behalf of Alaska to express our support for advancing the port's Sustainable Airport Master Plan. SEA is Alaska's largest hub, and we are deeply committed to its success. We support bold infrastructure investments to meet the region's growing aviation needs. In 2025, we expect to serve over 13.8 million passengers at SEA with more than 370 peak day departures. Our new wide-body aircraft have enabled us to launch direct international services to Tokyo and Seoul, followed by Rome, London, and Reykjavik in 2026. With additional aircraft on the way, including the new fuel-efficient Boeing 787-9, Alaska plans to operate at least 12 nonstop intercontinental flights by 2030 from SEA. As the Puget Sound population and travel demand grows, SEA must remain efficient, sustainable, and well-equipped to serve our travelers, communities, and economy. A central element of SAMP is the proposed second passenger terminal with a secure side connection to the North Satellite. The investment will expand airport capacity to accommodate aircraft and the forecasted passenger demand, improve aircraft wait times, and enhance passenger experience. We support this vision and appreciate the port's collaboration in its plan. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker from the room is Chuck Hill. Please go ahead and repeat your name for the record and your topic. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Chuck Hill, and I'm commenting on the Pier 91 terminal management. I'm here today wearing two hats. First, as Senior Vice President of Columbia Hospitality, and second, as a representative of Cruise Terminals of America, where Columbia Hospitality has been a proud ownership partner since its inception. For 3 decades, Columbia Hospitality, Cruise Terminals of America, and the Port of Seattle have worked together to build one of North America's leading home port cruise operations and event venues. From our start at Pier 66 in 1995, managing Bell Harbor Conference Center, to the expansion to cruise terminal management of Pier 66 in 2000 and Pier 91 in 2009, we have, along with the Port of Seattle, welcomed millions of guests, and earned numerous industry awards for excellence in operations, including Best North American Home Port in 2019 and Best North American Seaport in 2016. Together, we've helped make Seattle the premier gateway to Alaska cruising. While we are, of course, disappointed not having been selected to continue as terminal operator at Pier 91, we leave this chapter with great pride in what we've achieved together and deep appreciation for the port's partnership, trust, and collaboration throughout. We look forward to working alongside the new Pier 91 terminal operator to ensure continued success in every season. Thank you for the opportunity to serve the Port of Seattle and our community for the past 30 years, and for the continued partnership ahead.
Thank you.
Our next speaker from the room is Sandy Hunt.
Welcome, Sandy.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Sandy Hunt, and I'm speaking as an individual about item number 11A, the SAMP. I do want to just jump right in since it's only a minute. The negative impacts of the airport expansion will be borne on those living closest to the airport. We've heard from a lot of people speaking about the positives. We ask you to find ways to hold meaningful forums for residents living around the airport to share what mitigations are most meaningful to them. Some examples I've heard as I've gone around and spoke with residents are installing new or replacing the existing noise abatement packages, many of which have failed from the last expansion, purchasing more treed parklands to replace the green space being lost. And people have even around the Riverton area asked about buyouts so that they're not forced to live near these relocated cargo facilities that will now be impacting them. I want to reaffirm that we do understand the concept of non-significance as it applies to the impact of the SAMP, but it doesn't mean that these impacts aren't going to be felt significantly by them. Thank you.
Thank you, Sandy.
And our next speaker from the room is Hayat Asan.
Welcome, Hayat. We can pull up folks from SCIU as a panel if they'd like to come up together. Welcome to the front. I think we can do 4 at a time. So go ahead for 4. You could fill the front 4.
So in the order then we have Hayat Asan, Damian Jones, Kalkaden Muratu, and Bruce Daniel are the first 4 that I have.
And then we'll bring the last 2 up as the second part of this panel.
Hang on a minute for me. I need to set this timer.
Each one of you will have a minute.
Okay, so we'll start with Hayat.
Yep.
Okay.
Hello, everyone. My name is Hayat Hassan. I work for Huntley, and I am a proud SCIU member.
Hold on one moment. As a matter of order, please don't start the clock until they're finished introducing themselves and saying the item related to. Thank you.
Yes.
Please continue.
Okay, thank you. I'm here today to talk about healthcare because healthcare means life. It means being able to take care of our families, to work with dignity, and to live without fear of getting sick or injured. Let me tell you a story about one of my coworkers. One day while she is helping a passenger, she lifted a heavy bag and hurt her back badly. She went home in pain, but she couldn't go to hospital because she didn't have insurance. She is a single mom with a 5-year-old son and no one to help her. When the pain got worse, she made the heartbreaking decision to return to her home country to get treatment because it was the only care she could afford. She lost her job and her son had to leave school. That's not just one worker losing her job, that's a child losing his future because his mother didn't have health care. No one working at the Sea-Tac airport should have to make that kind of choice. We deserve affordable, reliable health insurance. You have the power to make the right for our families, for our community, and for the future. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Hayat.
Next on my list is Damian Jones.
Hello, my name is Damian Jones. I work for DFS. Can you hear me fine?
Yes.
I work for DFS Janitorials, and I'm here to talk about healthcare. We work hard for very long hours to keep the airport clean, safe, and running smoothly. But when our health fails, too many of us can't afford to see a doctor. Without health care, small problems can turn into big ones. We stay sick longer, we miss more hours of work, and that hurts both the workers and the airport. With access to health care, we could recover faster, stay healthy, and continue to do the work that keeps the airport moving every day. I'm asking you, the Port Commissioners, to stand with airport workers and make sure the companies here provide health care for us all. We deserve the ability to take care of ourselves the same way we take care of the airport. Thank you.
Thank you.
And then the next speaker I have is Kalkadan Muratu.
Hello, everyone. My name is Kalkidan Mulatu. I have worked for G2 security staff for 4 years, and I am a proud member of SIU 6. I am here today to speak about health care for airport workers. As you know, workers at airport Sea-Tac help travelers from all over the world every single day. We make sure passengers get where they need to go safely and on time. But because we are in close contact with so many people, we face a higher chance of getting sick. And when we get sick or hurt, too many of us cannot go to the doctor because healthcare is just too expensive. Our jobs are hard and injuries happen. Last year, one of my coworkers got hurt while pushing a passenger up a ramp. He injured his back badly and had to stay home for a week. But he couldn't afford to see a doctor. He missed his work, lost pay, and struggled to make sure of his family because he didn't have access to health care. No one should have to choose between their health and their job. Working without health care is unsafe and unfair for
Please conclude.
family. We are here to, we need help. We need your help. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you.
And then the next speaker is Bruce Daniel.
Hello, my name is Bruce Daniel. I work for EMC, and I am a proud of member SCI 6. I want to thank the Port Commissioner for the opportunity to speak today about any issues that affect every airport worker and the safety of both worker and passenger. Healthcare for all airport workers. Many of us choose to work at the airport because we believe it will provide good job that allow us to take care of our family and their life with dignity. But too many of us still don't have health care that put everyone at risk. When we get sick, we cannot initially get passengers sick. When we get hurt, it puts stress or coworker. We have to cover shift with the company is short-staffed. It's not just unfair, it's unsafe. I'm here today to raise my voice for all of my coworkers who can be here to say clearly every worker at Sea-Tac Airport deserves access to health insurance. Healthcare is not just a benefit, it's a matter of safety, fairness, and the respect for the people who keep this airport running every day. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
The next for Madam Commission President is Evelyn Makokwe. I'm so sorry about if I mess up pronunciations. Brenda Molo, Khalid,
and Khalil,
and Jeff Helfrich.
Please come forward. All right, so say your name and then the item that you're going to speak to, and then we'll start the clock and you'll have a minute to make your comments, okay?
We'll begin with Evelyn.
Okay. Hello, my name is Evelyn Makukwi. I'm a passenger service agent at Sea-Tac Airport, and I'm here to speak about healthcare for airport workers.
Welcome.
I go to dialysis twice a week because my kidneys don't work anymore. For 4 hours, those machines clean my blood, leaves me drained and sore. and they're still the same machines that keep me alive. I'm waiting for a kidney transplant, and every day I hope for that call. But right now I can't get the transplant because Medicare, the only insurance that I have, doesn't cover the cost of transplant. Medicare helps me pay for dialysis, medicine, and doctor's visits. Without it, I wouldn't survive. But now there are upcoming Medicare cuts that make things harder for people like me, and I'm scared for those cuts that will take away the care I depend on to stay alive. And it's not just me. Many of my coworkers don't have health insurance, and when we get sick or injured, we can't afford to see a doctor. We end up missing work or to stay home to recover. We can't even get well enough. No one working at the airport should have to choose between health and their paycheck. We work hard every day to keep the airport running, and I'm asking you, the Port of Seattle commissioners, to stand with us and protect us and give us health care and make sure that no one loses their job, health, or their lives because of the cuts. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
And moving to Brenda.
Good afternoon, Port Commissioners. My name is Brenda Amalo, and I am a union organizer here at the airport. Every day I speak with workers like Evelyn, who clean the airplanes you sit in, who load the bags you travel with, who care for passengers with disabilities, and who help keep the airport safe and moving. Many of them are struggling quietly with something that should never be a luxury, healthcare. I've met workers who put off doctor's visits because they cannot afford the copay. Parents who ration medication so their kids can have theirs first. People working through pain because missing one shift means they can't pay rent. I see the exhaustion in their eyes, and they fear what could happen if they get sick. These are the hands that lift our economy. They greet the public, they turn flights on time, they support millions of travelers, yet they're left to face health crises alone. Nobody who works full-time should have to choose between caring for their body and feeding their family. It's heartbreaking to watch people feel disposable in a place they take pride in serving. Healthcare for all airport workers is not only the right thing to do, it's the humane thing. When workers are healthy, our airport is safer, our community is stronger, families can breathe, people can plan for their future instead of bracing for the next emergency. I'm asking you sincerely, please enact healthcare for all airport workers. Let them know their lives matter as much as their labor. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Khalil Hamiduddin. I'm here to speak about healthcare for all Sea-Tac workers. I'm here today on behalf of Sea-Tac airport workers who do not have healthcare. We have just heard a few of the many heartbreaking stories of workers here at Sea-Tac. When I come to the port, I see all the moving parts that make Sea-Tac thrive. Every person, whether they clean terminals, guide planes, handle baggage, or assist passengers, plays a role in making this one of the best airports in the country. But for too many of these same workers are struggling with access to basic health care. Many come to work sick because they can't afford to miss a paycheck or see a doctor. They perform backbreaking work that often goes unseen, and when they do get hurt or ill, they're penalized for missing work and required to bring a doctor's note they can't afford to get. That's not just unfair, it's unsafe for workers and for passengers. We've seen the studies, we know the facts, now it's time for action. Port of Seattle has the power to make sure that every worker at Sea-Tac has access to affordable, reliable health care. It's the right thing to do, and for the workers who keep this airport running, and for the community that depends on them. Thank you.
Thank you.
And now we'll move to Jeff Helfrich. Jeff, please go ahead and repeat your name for the record and your topic that you're speaking on today.
Good afternoon, Director Metric and Port Commissioners. My name is Jeff Helfrich, and I'm president of McGee Air Services, which is part of Alaska Air Group and based here in Seattle. I'm here today on regarding port business and to talk about port jobs. We have over 1,400 employees at McGee here in Seattle, and we count on port jobs to help source talent and, just as importantly, to develop existing employees in partnership with McGee. They are opening doors and creating opportunities for people that would otherwise be unattainable. 40% of this fall's Aviation Maintenance Technician and GSE Technician programs are McGee employees who are bettering themselves and creating long-term career opportunities thanks to Port Jobs. McGee is grateful to the Port for investing in workforce development, and having Port Jobs on site here at Sea-Tac amplifies benefits for both workers and employers. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Moving to our next speaker is Stacy Oakes.
Welcome to the front, Stacy.
Stacy,
your name, the item, and then we'll start the clock. We got a minute today.
Good afternoon. My name is Stacy Oakes, and you might recognize me as part of Seattle Cruise Control. I'm also a community organizer with 350 Tacoma. And I'm here today to talk about the LNG as being included in the Northwest Ports Clean Air Strategy. There's a parallel between the ridiculous determination that expanding an airport and all of the climate and health pollution that it brings as being termed non-significant, with including LNG, which is basically methane fracked gas, into a strategy that's supposed to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. Both of these things are not based in reality. The myth that LNG is a climate solution for shipping has been widely disproven, with the studies saying otherwise being funded by the gas industry and cruise companies that have already paid for LNG ships, and they're kind of stuck on the line. If you're still on the fence about that, please look at the sources that are linked in the written comments that I submitted. It's also important to point out that the Puyallup tribe has fought every step of the way against Puget Sound Energy's Tacoma LNG refinery, including taking legal action against the step to put infrastructure that would allow bunker barging, which is, I think, what is being leaned into in that clean air plan. And while we're offering a land acknowledgement here today, a really meaningful land acknowledgement would be to honor the tribe's wishes for their ancestral tide flats and for the Salish Sea. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Ovanyo X, and I'm sorry about my pronunciation. Please go ahead and repeat your name for the record and your agenda item or topic related to the conduct of port business, and then I'll start the timer.
Welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Ovanyo X of the Black Panther Party. I'm going to speak on LNG. I would like to start by saying that the constant pollution and damage to the stolen Salish lands is an absolute climate catastrophe and an immeasurable level of disrespect to the indigenous peoples that call this place home. I oppose the inclusion of the LNG refinery in any clean air initiative. LNG is not clean. From extraction to combustion, LNG releases toxic pollutants and greenhouse gases that worsen the air quality, harm our climate, and poison the very communities that these initiatives claim to protect. Dirty air means higher asthma rates, more heart and lung disease, and shorter lives, especially for frontline, low-income, Black, and Indigenous communities who are already carrying the weight of environmental injustice. We see it here. From the industrial projects continue to poison our region, and the health impacts are real. Children struggling to breathe should not be the cost of corporate profit. This is a continuation of the same pattern that that destroyed ecosystems and displaced the indigenous peoples to build cities like Seattle in the first place, reshaping the land without regard for the people or the air we all must breathe today. The threat of pollution from LNG will threaten our ability to survive in our homelands. There is nothing clean about toxic air.
Please conclude, sir.
Last sentence. We need real clean energy, real clean air, and real compassion and care, not fossil fuel rebranded. Reject the LNG, protect our rights to breathe. All power to the people.
Thank you.
Moving to our virtual sign-up list, we have Laura Gibbons. Laura, please go ahead and repeat your name for the record, your topic or agenda item, and you have 1 minute today.
Welcome, Laura.
Hi, this is Laura Gibbons, volunteer with 350 Seattle, and I'm here to talk about item 11A, my criticism of the SAMP review. I'm not surprised, but still disappointed in the FAA's finding of no significant impact of the SAMP. I'm really glad to hear that your SEPA review will consider several areas dropped by the Trump administration, including climate warming emissions, ultrafine particles, environmental justice, and the cumulative impacts of the projects. I know it's allowed, but the SEPA review is not very useful if you begin to work on any of these 31 projects before the review is completed. In fact, given the unmitigable climate damage and the health effects on area residents, you shouldn't expand with any of these 31 projects or with the Sea-Tac upgrade currently underway. Finally, on another topic, liquid natural gas is a potent greenhouse gas that has no place in any clean air plan. I emailed my full comments. Thank you for letting me talk to you today.
Thank you very much for taking the time to be here.
Our next virtual speaker is Sonia Pitts. Sonia, please go ahead and repeat your name for the record and your agenda item or topic related to the conduct of port business, please.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to provide comment today. My name is Sonia Pitts. I'm Vice President for Legal, and I'm speaking on behalf of Expedia Group. I'm providing comment today in relation to the SAMP. Expedia is a proudly Seattle headquartered company. We have thousands of employees who live, work, and travel through this region. SEA is where millions of our travelers begin and end their journeys. It's the first impression our partners, our customers, and our colleagues have when they visit us here in Seattle from every corner of the world. Expedia strongly supports the port's continued investment in SEA through SAMP and the Upgrade SEA projects. As both travel experts and constant global business travelers ourselves, we know that a modern, efficient, and welcoming airport is fundamental to the traveler experience and to our region's economy. Without continued investment, SEA risks limiting growth at opportunity and provides the first impression out of line with this growing, innovative, and vibrant region. The master plan will help keep Seattle connected to the world, attract talent and visitors, and sustain the kind of economic vitality that makes this region so special. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jody Alberts. Jody, please go ahead and repeat your name for the record, your agenda item, and you have 1 minute.
Great, thank you. My name is Jody Alberts, VP of Government Affairs for the Bellevue Chamber of Commerce. I'm here today to speak in support of the Port's Sustainable Airport Master Plan. The Bellevue Chamber of Commerce, which represents hundreds of employers and thousands of workers across the East Side. Across all of them, there's a shared understanding that Sea-Tac, or SEA, isn't just a transportation hub, it's a cornerstone of our regional economy. Our businesses depend on the airport to stay connected, to bring customers here, to send employees to partners and clients across the globe, and to move products and equipment quickly to market. SEA is what makes those connections possible. The level of connectivity keeps the East Side and the entire Puget Sound region competitive. It's one of the reasons global companies continue to invest here and why smaller firms can scale beyond the local market. We also appreciate the port's focus on sustainability and modernization. Those goals closely align with our business community's values of innovation, operational efficiency, and long-term environmental responsibility. So on behalf of the Bellevue Chamber and the East Side business community, we strongly support moving forward with SAF. It's the kind of long-term investment that will keep our region connected, growing, and globally competitive for decades to come. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker online is Kelly Coughlin. Kelly, please go ahead and repeat your name for the record and your agenda item.
Hi, Kelly Coughlin Gaines, and I'm coming today for the Sustainable Airport Master Plan. I am the CEO of the Snow Valley Regional Chamber of Commerce and Executive Director of the Regional Destination Marketing Organization. I'm here to speak on behalf of the small businesses, the manufacturers, the tourism providers, and outdoor recreation partners that make up the economic fabric of the Snoqualmie Valley. SEA is far more than a travel hub. It's an economic lifeline. Every traveler who lands at SEA and heads east into our region helps sustain local jobs, fill our storefronts, and support rural economies that are too often overlooked. We're excited to see the progress
on the master plan is critical investment, not just in infrastructure, but in long-term health of communities like ours that depends on access, opportunity, and tourism. When SEA grows responsibly, it drives growth across King County from the city to the summit. On behalf of our members, we strongly support continued investment in the airport's future. Thank you for your leadership and opportunity to speak.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Barbara McMichael. Calling for Barbara McMichael. And we'll move to Jamie Cortez. Jamie, please go ahead and repeat your name for the record and your agenda item or topic that you're speaking on today. Calling for Jamie Cortez for public comment. Moving back to Barbara McMichael for public comment. Madam Commission President.
Is there anybody else who is physically in the room who did not sign up in advance but would like to address the Commission for public comment? Is there anybody online who did not sign up in advance but would like to address the Commission for public comment? I'd like to make a third and final call for Barbara McMichael from Defenders of Highland Forest. Are you with us? One final call for Jamie Cortez. This concludes the public comment portion of our meeting. Clerk Hart, please give us a synopsis of written comments submitted to the Commission.
Thank you, Madam Commission President. Members of the Commission, Executive Director Metric, we've received 24 written comments for the meeting today. A few of these written submissions were accompanied with spoken statements made here. These have all been distributed to you in advance of the meeting and will become a part of the public record and are summarized as follows. Similar comments asking that LNG be removed from the Northwest Ports Clean Air Strategy were submitted by Elisha Brilhante of Kerbel Plastics, Elizabeth Burton on behalf of Seattle Cruise Control, Lavelle Pratt, Friends of the San Juans, and Rosemary Moore, Mercer Island resident, Charla Dodd, Fremont resident, and Laura Gibbons, 350 Tacoma, also expressed disappointment with the FAA's findings of no significant impact related to the Sustainable Airport Master Plan assessment. I'll note here that over the course of the past 2 weeks, approximately 230 form letters requesting the removal of LNG from the Northwest Ports Clean Air Strategy have been received through the Commission correspondence system. Sarah Shifley and Tyrell Hedden, writes to note their concern that the port may allow projects to go forward prior to completion of the SEPA and urges the Commission to ensure the SEPA is complete prior to allowing any projects to proceed. Related to item 11A on the agenda, the Port Sustainable Airport Master Plan, the following people write to express strong support for efforts to continue investments in Seattle-Tacoma International Airport, noting it is a critical gateway for our region and the need to plan for the future. Austin Miller, Senior Manager of Local Government Affairs for Washington Hospitality Association. Josh Brown, Executive Director, Puget Sound Regional Council. Randy Fiertz, who you heard from today. Robin Twyman from the United Kingdom Government Office. Amy Wallen, Washington State Representative of the 48th Legislative District. Kyle McLaughlin, the Executive Vice President of Aviation at Clear. Shane Jones, Senior VP of Fleet Revenue Product and Real Estate for Alaska Airlines. Mark Ganter, President, Consular Association of Washington. Mei Lin, Director General, Taipei Economic and Cultural Office in Seattle. James Alberson, President, Renton City Council. David Karp, President, Northern Air Cargo. Mayor Kelly Curtis, City of Kirkland. Eric Fitch, Executive Director of Washington Public Ports Association. Ann Croker and Richard Leeds submitted written comments speaking in opposition to the FAA's findings of no significant impact and urge the port to not continue with any project expansion. Related to item 10A on the agenda, a resolution adopting a revised welcoming port policy directive, Luis Navarro, previous port director of workforce development, writes to fully support the effort to update and strengthen the policy and recommends recognizing port employee resource groups in the resolution and ensuring the independence of the Immigration Working Group, the IWG, reporting directly to the Commission and Executive Director. And then finally, Nick Longo from the Port's Voice ERG, this is Employee Resource Group, expresses strong support for the updated policy, stating that it means a lot that the Port is reaffirming and expanding its commitment to the safety, inclusion, and participation of immigrants, refugees, and international visitors. And that concludes the written comments we've received today.
Thank you very much. Hearing no further testimony, we will move forward in the agenda. The next order of business is the consent agenda. Items on the consent agenda are considered to be routine and will be adopted by one motion. Item 8F, which was removed from the consent agenda, will be considered separately immediately after the adoption of those remaining consent agenda items. So at this point, to my colleagues, is there a motion to approve the consent agenda items covering 8A through 8E?
So moved.
Motion's been made by Commissioner Calkins and seconded by Commissioner Mohammed. Commissioners, please say aye or nay when your name is called for the approval of consent agenda.
Beginning with Commissioner Calkins.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Cho.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Felleman.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Mohammed.
Aye.
Thank you. And Commissioner Hasagawa.
Aye.
Thank you. 5 ayes, 0 nays for this item.
And the motion carries unanimously. That brings us forward to item 8F. I'd like to pass it over to Clerk Hart to introduce to read it into the record, and Executive Director Metrick, you can introduce it.
Thank you. This is agenda item 8F, authorization for the Executive Director to execute a term lease agreement with Pacific Cruise Ship Terminals, LLC. This is Metro Cruise for Smith Cove Cruise Terminal at Pier 91 for a proposed lease term of 5 years with a 5-year option to extend effective November 1st, 2025.
Commissioners, this request seeks authorization for the Executive Director to execute a 5-year term lease agreement with Pacific Cruise Ship Terminals, LLC, Metro Cruise, for management of the Smith Cove Cruise Terminal at Pier 91, effective from November 1st, 2025, with a 5-year extension option. Following a competitive request for proposals, Metro Cruise was selected as the firm offering the best overall value and strongest operational experience in cruise terminal management, security, and stevedoring. This lease will provide stability as the port prepares for a record 2026 cruise season with 330 vessel calls, 2 million revenue passengers, and the arrival of 2 new cruise lines, MSC Cruises and Virgin Voyages. So presenting this afternoon is Linda Springman, Director of Cruise Business and Elliott Bay Operations.
Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioners and Executive Director Metrick. I feel like I'm going to be a little repetitive here. Do you have my slides? Perfect. Thank you. You can go ahead and go to the next one. Linda Springman, Director of Cruise Business and Elliott Bay Operations. This will be a little bit repetitive to that intro, so I apologize. I'm here to present...
How many slides is this presentation?
Just 4.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm here to present the outcome of the request for proposal conducted this summer for terminal operations at our T91 cruise facility and request commission authorization for Executive Director Metrick to execute a lease agreement with Pacific Cruise Ship Terminals, LLC, Metro Cruise for Smith Cove Cruise Terminal at Terminal 91. Next slide, please. I won't repeat all of these stats, but just as an outlook for 2026, you heard about the successful 2025 season. In 2026, we're looking at 330 ship calls, with 235 of those being at 91, the operation we're talking about. We will have 10 cruise brands, 8 of them operating at Terminal 91. We're up to 16 home porting vessels, which means they're spending all summer here, sailing up to Alaska. 2 new home ports with 2 new ships joining our fleet. This brings us to 2 million estimated revenue passengers, which is a 5.25% increase from 2025 numbers. And again, our economic impact is $1.2 billion, with 328 million of that being jobs generated. Next slide. We just want to assure you that we went through a very competitive bid process. We received 4 proposals based on the initial ratings received for each criterion. All 4 proposers were shortlisted, all very good operators currently in the cruise industry. They were all provided an opportunity to respond to follow-up questions about their particular proposals and submit a best and final financial proposal. Just to reassure you also that the review panel was very diverse. We wanted to make sure all areas of the port were included. So we had 5 participants representing cruise, finance, environmental, and facility management. And we were advised by one of our legal representatives at the port. And we have 4 categories. We prioritize the operational approach in their proposal, followed by the financial proposal, and then lastly, management approach and the environmental stewardship in their proposals. And then the next slide, just to highlight some of the terms where we landed at this point. It is a 5-year lease with a 5-year option to renew. That is mutual discretion, so the port's discretion for that extension. The financial commitment is a percentage of rent, so the tenant pays the port 93.5% of the port-directed cruise fees. That's the passenger fee and the dockage fee, and that's a similar way it was set up with our previous operator. There is an agreement for them to continue to operate the facility in conjunction with Columbia Hospitality for any events and share that revenue. And the security requirements of the port have been met. And then we just wanted to also point out that between the time the CTA agreement was done and now, the port has introduced green lease terms, and those have been introduced into this lease as well. And with that, I would open it up to questions or comments.
Okay, so we have questions and comments, and we'll begin with Commissioner Felleman.
Thanks, Linda, for that summary. And, it's our biggest revenue source in the Port of Seattle's jurisdiction in the maritime. 5-year lease. It's a big deal. The Seaport Alliance, we would always do a discussion of any new lease at the port. So thank you for the quick summary.
Sure.
Really, the part that I thought was most pertinent was the last slide, the details of the lease. And the fact that we have this, green lease term, that's a very important thing to all of us. But also that the tenant operational requirements, that seems to be new, right? There was the how much of the tenant assumes the additional responsibilities for the tenant compared to previous. Could you explain what that is?
Yeah, we changed the structure a little bit. There was an element of the previous operation that had an account basically to do some of the operational expenses, and that has been eliminated, and the operator takes care of all the operational responsibilities themselves. But the basic operation of the facility remains similar to the previous operator.
And we still have the physical infrastructure responsibility.
Yes, we still maintain the equipment and the capital requirements, as the building and the gangways, that type of thing.
And last thing, the tenant is to confirm compliance with the shore power, or are they actually doing it?
They are to confirm compliance. So we own the equipment, we pay the bill, and we pass that cost through to the cruise lines. But the operator will make sure that everything facilitates the connection.
But it's ILWU or?
ILWU is hired by the cruise lines to do the connection. Watts Marine is hired by the cruise lines to do the connection and do the changeover with Seattle City Light.
And now we're just going to be assured we get the data on the percent compliance, and that's a fantastic confirmation, and thank you very much.
Thanks.
Commissioner Mohammed.
Thank you for the time. I recently visited Terminal 91, and it was a great visit. The staff were wonderful. I did observe several operational and curbside challenges. Many of them came from the taxi drivers that operate on the site, and there was a lot of cultural sensitivity issues that really required understanding the taxi community. It very much reminded me of the airport ground transportation issues. And so there was a long list of concerns that they laid out, from pricing discrepancies to incidences that had to do with security concerns. And I think what I would like to know is how specifically will that be addressed in this new lease, or if your team is thinking of allocating additional funding or provisions in the future to address some of these challenges in a more sustainable operational way. And it's fine if you don't have an answer today. Some of the folks who I did meet with are following up with me. And so I'm happy to continue conversations with your group, but I wanted to elevate that today.
That's great. No, I have a couple things that might reassure you that we're on the right path for this. First of all, I would note that there's 3 senior executive members of the new operation in the room today, and they wanted to hear your comments too. So really appreciate that. Secondly, 2 things benefit, I think, going into this new operation. One is that they're a vertically integrated organization, so they have a ground services group that already operates with about half the brands at Terminal 91. They know the day-to-day operations and the challenges and can give additional input on that. And then secondly, being vertically integrated, one of the entities that they have is a Terminal Security Solutions that does terminal security, parking, traffic control, that kind of thing at other terminals around the country. And that will be really good input to bring some new novel ideas into the results for that.
Thank you for those updates. Appreciate it.
Is there anybody else with questions or comments on this item? Commissioner Fellman with a follow-up.
Just the finances, that one little part. So how do you expect on a per capita basis this will compare to the previous 5-year lease?
There's puts and takes. We have more calls. We have a little bit better financial results in this, but they also then have more of the burden on the operational expenses. What I can tell you is that we did a project before we put this RFP out to say, should we self-operate this? And we said, if financially we can do it similar or better to what our previous deal was, we should go ahead and have someone else operate it. And so that's why we did the RFP.
Got it. So it's hard to do apples to oranges because they're taking on more responsibility, but independent of the growth of the thing on a per capita basis, it's close to the same, but then they assume more responsibilities. So that's harder to enumerate, but it seems like it's more lucrative than previously. All right. Thank you.
All right. Seeing no further questions, I'm looking for a motion and a second for my colleague.
So moved. Second.
Motion's been made by Commissioner Fellman and seconded by Commissioner Calkins. Clerk Hart, please call the roll for this item.
Thank you. Beginning with Commissioner Calkins.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Cho.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Fellman.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Mohammed.
Aye.
Thank you. And Commissioner Hasagawa.
Aye.
Thank you. 5 ayes, 0 nays for this item.
Thank you. Thank you. Motion carries unanimously. And that brings us forward in our agenda to 2 new business items today. Clerk Hart, please read item 10A into the record, and Executive Director Metric will introduce it.
Thank you. Agenda item 10A, adoption of resolution number 3838, a resolution of the Port of Seattle Commission establishing a revised welcoming port policy directive and amending resolution number 3747 in order to demonstrate the port's ongoing commitment to supporting immigrants, refugees, and international visitors in line with the port's missions and values.
Commissioners, in 2018, we passed Resolution 3747, which affirmed the port's commitment to welcoming the immigrants, refugees, and foreign visitors who are essential not only to our economic growth, but to our cultural vibrancy. It allows us to comply with federal law while ensuring the safety, vitality, and comfort of all who visit and reside in Seattle. Since the first reading, our staff has been in conversation with our employees and community to strengthen this resolution. We acknowledge that work and the guidance from the Commission to ensure all voices are reflected in this work. Today, we propose to adopt an amended resolution to reaffirm our values and commitment to being a welcoming port. And at this time, I'm going to turn it over to Tony Van, Executive Deputy Chief of Staff, to guide us through the reading of the whereas clauses for this resolution and to introduce our readers today. Eric Schinfeld, Senior Manager, Federal and International Government Relations, will then present with respect to the resolution and the policy directive. With that, I'll turn over to Tony Van.
Thank you, Executive Director Metric, Madam Commission President, members of the Commission. For the record, Tony Van, Deputy Executive Chief of Staff, he, him pronouns. I also identify as a first-generation Cambodian American, child of 2 refugees that immigrated through our gateways. And I am also the co-sponsor of the Voice ERG, which stands for Voices of Immigrants Committed to Equity Employee Resource Group. And I'm joined by some colleagues here who I'll turn over to introduce themselves as well.
Good afternoon. I'm Paula Tishner, and I use she, her pronouns. I serve as a aviation operation administrative supervisor, and I identify as also a Cambodian American, daughter of refugees who immigrated through these gateways at the Port of Seattle. And I have the pleasure of serving as a member of the Voice as well, ERG, and which stands for the Voice of Immigrants Committed to Equity Employee Resource Group. I turn it over to you.
Good afternoon, Commissioner. Executive Director Metroc. My name is Nick Longo, and I use my pronouns are he, him. I work in the Aviation Planning and Capital Program group. I was born and raised in Italy, and I'm here today to represent our employee resource group Voice, and also to celebrate our immigrant refugees and multicultural communities.
Can you, when you're reading, sit closer to the mic?
Okay.
Benvenuto.
Hello, my name is Frank Hernandez, Jr. I am an, I go by he, him pronouns. I am an administrative assistant professional with aviation operations. I am Latino and also a son of a Mexican immigrant, and as well as a member with Latinos Unidos.
Thank you for being here.
Whereas the Port of Seattle, as both an international gateway and a country-wide special purpose government, is committed to supporting the safety, inclusion, and engagement of all members of our community, and
whereas we strive to protect the rights and uphold the dignity of every King County resident and every person who uses our facilities, and to provide a fair and equal access to services, benefits, and opportunities, and
whereas the port has an essential obligation to foster a culture and environment that make it possible for our region to remain a vibrant and welcoming global gateway through which our immigrant and refugee residents and foreign visitors can fully participate in and be integrated into the social, civic, and economic fabric of our region, and
whereas the port not only has a moral obligation to support immigrant communities, but also an economic imperative in that every part of our organization depends on connection to the global economy, from the immigrants who work at our facilities to the foreign visitors that utilize our airport and cruise terminals, to the foreign-born workers who create goods and services that travel through our air and sea cargo gateways. And
whereas in 2018, in response to changes in the federal immigration policy, the Port of Seattle Commission passed Resolution Number 3747, the Welcoming Port Policy Directive, as a way to formally demonstrate the port commitment to supporting immigrants, refugees, and international visitors. And
whereas the year 2025 has once again brought immigrant, refugee, and foreign visitor issues to the forefront through changes in federal policy that have the potential to conflict with the full exercise of the port's values and our ability to continue to be a fully welcoming gateway, and
whereas we are concerned for the safety and dignity of our region's immigrants and refugee residents, and
whereas we are concerned about the impact of these federal immigration policy changes on international tourism through our gateway, particularly in advance of the 2026 FIFA World Cup, which has the opportunity to bring economic and tourism benefits to our region. And
whereas in response to the national policy, the port has been instituting new programs, policies, and partnership to address any uncertainty and fear that these federal policy changes may have created. And
whereas, while the Port of Seattle's essential relationship with federal agency partners allow us to operate our air and sea gateways and to keep them safe, the port can continue to uphold its values to be safe and secure, comply with all federal law, and simultaneously be welcoming, accessible to all, and supportive of those immigrants, refugees, and foreign visitors who use our facilities. Therefore, I will turn it over to Tyler to talk about the actual resolution. Thank you.
Testing. Okay, great. Thank you, Voice, for that. That was lovely, and I think that does a good job of kind of grounding the conversation today. So, and good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Tyler Emsky, and I both have the pleasure of serving as Commission Office Strategic Advisor and also introducing Resolution 3838, which is an update to our Welcoming Port Policy Directive. Next slide, please. Okay, so today is the second reading of the update to the policy, which reaffirms and enhances the port's commitment to immigrants, refugees, and international visitors. Next slide, please. A little bit of background here. So first adopted in 2018, the Welcoming Port Policy Directive affirmed the port's values as a safe, inclusive gateway in the context of the immigration policies of the day, which you likely recall. Since we passed the Welcoming Port Policy Directive in 2018, we have implemented every element of the directive, built strong community partnerships, and fully complied with the State of Washington's Keep Washington Working Act. The update before you today strengthens this foundation so our practices keep pace with today's realities. Specifically, we bring this update forward in light of recent shifts in federal immigration policies and practices. The port values our federal partners who help us keep our facilities secure and move people and goods efficiently. Nothing in this updated directive is intended to impede the lawful work of agencies like the U.S. Customs and Border Protection or the Transportation Security Administration in facilitating travel. Rather, Resolution 3838 clarifies how the port can be safe and secure, comply with all applicable law, and remain welcoming and accessible to every person who uses our facilities. It equips our staff, tenants, and law enforcement with clear, consistent guidance about what we do and what we don't do. And with that, I'll now turn it over to Eric Schinfeld, Senior Manager, Federal and International Government Relations, so he can recap the updates made to this policy. Eric?
Thank you, Tyler. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Executive Director of Metric. Again, Eric Schinfeld, Senior Manager of Federal Government Relations here at the Port of Seattle. Next slide, please. There are 5 key provisions in the updated Welcoming Port Policy. First, we want to establish that our goal as a port authority, as operators of aviation and maritime gateways, and as a local government, is to make all visitors to our facilities feel safe, welcome, comfortable, and respected. Second, we will not deny services to anyone based on immigration status. And third, we will create and enhance some of our existing partnerships with local immigrant and refugee stakeholders so that we can do even more than we have been doing to make sure that we are fulfilling that welcoming port ethos. Number 4, we are making it very clear that port employees are prohibited from asking about or collecting immigration status, except when required by a criminal investigation or otherwise required by federal or state law. And finally, we are making it clear that we will not use port resources, including staff time, to facilitate the enforcement of civil immigration law. Next slide. To implement those provisions, we have several specific policies that are instituted in this directive. I won't go through all of them now, but let me highlight just a few of them for you. First of all, making sure that we are only collecting data that identifies people by immigration status or other criteria when absolutely necessary, when required by law. We are making sure that people who interact with the port have access to sufficient interpretation and translation resources so that they can be understood and so that they can understand the work of the port and their needs as either travelers or visitors. Of course, most importantly, we are making sure that our updated policy is updated to comply with the passage of Keep Washington Working, state law. We have obviously been in compliance with that law, but very important to actually specifically call that out in our updated policy. Number of items around what we don't do, including deferral of immigration detainer requests, prohibiting the use of port resources for immigration enforcement, and making it very clear what our protocols are when employees are faced with immigration policy and enforcement issues. But I also want to call out that we were very, very careful to make sure that this was not just about what we don't do, but also the ways that we are proactively working to create a more welcoming port. The policies that we're doing, the emphasis of our safe and welcoming workplace, the partnerships that we're creating to make sure that we are doing everything within our power and everything that we can in a collaborative way to really fulfill that welcoming vision. There are a number of other administrative items in this directive having to do with ensuring sufficient training for all port employees, on those policies and protocols, making sure there is sufficient budget to implement this policy and a number of the initiatives contained within, and also creating a tracking system and a reporting system to make sure that we know how often people are coming to us, how often various immigration policy enforcement activities are happening in our facilities, so that we can constantly be evolving and changing to meet the need and the demand that we're seeing. We know, of course, that federal immigration policy and protocols are continuously changing, and we need to be changing with them based on the data and the interactions that we're having. Next slide. And we're happy to take any questions that you have.
I would just like to thank the Voice members as well as Tyler and Eric for your presentation of the resolution and the subsequent updates to our welcoming port policy. This has been months in the making, and I just want to lift up that ever since January, we have been living here at the airport in a state of reaction and of confusion, from the announcement of an updated travel ban to a rapidly changing immigration enforcement policy landscape, extensive, lengthy detentions of folks arriving from international destinations, and folks arriving at the airport to self-deport. This and more has implored us to look internally to see what is our authority and what will our response be. And that response is this action that's before us today for consideration. There have been a number of roundtables that commissioners have been able to participate in, working with impacted community leaders, advocates, and service providers, an internal port work group that has met on a weekly basis at the executive level, including representation from the Commission, to understand what a comprehensive and meaningful response and directive can and should look like. It's more than a declaration of what safety and inclusion, what our values are. It's backing it up with a clear articulation of what our operations and direction expectations will be. So, last month, we introduced this. Last month, we introduced this policy for the first time, which achieved updating definitions, reaffirms our compliance with the Keep Washington Working Act. It also clarifies that our operations extend not just to our own Port of Seattle Police Department, but those officers from other departments who are contracted to provide us policing services. It requires training so that folks here at the airport know how to appropriately respond when they're responding to folks facing an imminent circumstance. And it also sets systems for reporting and then tracking our own compliance with our policy commitments. These are things that we can do to be able to promote transparency and ultimately accountability to being the best gateway we can be for members of the public who are traveling, folks who are working at our airport, and our adjacent community members who live in a constant state of concern and fear. Since we introduced this in its original form last month, we have socialized it with a number of different stakeholders who have brought their meaningful updates and inputs, which we have incorporated. And so I would just again like to thank the very, very many hands internally and externally that have gone towards bringing this policy to where it is today. I would also just like to acknowledge Director Bukta Kesar, who has spent countless hours of the day and of the night toiling to make sure that this gets to where it needs to be today. And so with that, I'm going to open it up to my colleagues for their questions and their comments, beginning with Commissioner Mohammed.
Could I start with an amendment?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm looking at Clerk Hart to make sure I'm following that order.
Yep.
Madam Commissioner President, let's go ahead and get the main motion on the floor before we move an amendment.
Okay.
Well, I'll get a motion in a second, then we can go into comments.
So moved.
The motion's been made by Commissioner Mohammed and then seconded by Commissioner Cho. And then if there's any discussion or debate, and I understand Commissioner Mohammed is going to be introducing the amendment.
Okay, so I move to amend resolution number 3838 by substitute. Under section 2 definition, I further move to amend the definition of administrative warrant, specifically beginning on line 218. I quote, administrative warrant means a non-criminal immigration warrant of arrest, end quote. I move to strike all remaining language in that section through line 223.
All right, so the amendment to...
I second that amendment.
Thank you.
So the motion has been made to amend Resolution 3838, and everybody has a copy of that amendment with the additional striking language that striker that Commissioner Mohammed has cited. At this time, I'll acknowledge Commissioner Calkins has seconded that motion, and so I will open it up for additional comments from my colleagues, beginning with Commissioner Mohammed.
Thank you. Well, today is National Immigration Day, and we honor that truth today, and we act on it. I'm very proud to sponsor this resolution today that affirms both the port's legal responsibility, not only its legal responsibility, but also its moral obligation. As a special purpose government, we do have significant limitations as to what it is that we can directly do, but our values do not. The law defines what we can do, and our conscience defines what we must do. While immigration enforcement is a federal matter, the port can and must ensure that everyone who passes through our facilities are treated with dignity, with fairness, and respect. This policy is not symbolic. It is operational, and it is what I'm most proud of. It establishes the immigration working group to coordinate and to respond in real time, and I appreciate everyone who's already part of that and have been contributing. It creates the necessary reporting system for immigration-related incidents and ensures that we are being transparent as an organization, and it strengthens our partnership with our immigrant and refugee community organizations, and we meet with them in real time, and we've been meeting with them since the beginning of the year in January. They stood with us outside of the airport when the announcement of the travel ban happened, and they've been very much engaged. And I thank organizations like One America, the Northwest Immigrants' Rights Project, who've provided edits, comments, reached out to me numerous times on this policy directive, and who care about both those who work at this airport and who care about those who are coming through this airport. This policy ensures that port staff are trained, that they're accountable, that they're empowered to uphold these values. And as commissioners and as port leadership, we are equipping them with the appropriate tools so that they're not having to make judgment calls in real time, but that they have the necessary tools to be able to make informed decisions. And let me just say, the port's success depends on both being safe and welcoming. It's not just a matter of law, but it's also a matter of leadership. We can uphold security while protecting humanity. We can enforce compliance while ensuring compassion. And we can be lawful and still lead with our values. I again want to thank all the community organizations, our ERG groups, countless folks who have helped contribute to this policy. Tyler Emsky, Eric Bukta, Aaron Pritchard, many others who I have not named, who've helped contribute to this. And I thank our ERG group today who read the policy for sharing your stories. And the truth is, in nearly every American family, there is an immigration story, whether it begins with your parents, whether it begins with your grandparents, or a generation before. Myself, I came to this country as a 3-year-old refugee, and one of my first ports of entries was at this exact same airport. And today, in that same generation, I am leading that organization. So we all have an immigration story to tell. Our journeys are interconnected together. It's woven in the fabric of what makes America such a beautiful, resilient country. And those contributions are shared. It's our shared progress. It's something that we should all be proud of. Immigrants power our economy. They drive innovation. They contribute billions of dollars in taxes that sustain our roads, that sustain our schools. And it is our shared prosperity. It's what I am most proud of. And from the ag to aviation, from small businesses to global trade, the immigrants are the backbone of the American industries. And on National Immigration Day, we are proud of that truth, and we are so proud to act today. Thank you for the time.
Thank you, Commissioner Mohammed. Commissioner Fellman.
Thank you for all your work on this, staff and commission alike. I have one very brief statement and observation to make. Unless you're a Native American, you're an immigrant, and we all have to acknowledge the fact that everybody who came here had to experience significant hardship and challenges to overcome, and as such, we should welcome everyone with some compassion and empathy for integrating into this great mixing pool that we call America, and thank you for all who have, and we also have to continue to respect the rights of those first people, our indigenous people. Thank you.
Commissioner Calkins.
I also want to just commend Commissioner Mohammed for all the work that she's done on updating this. And I want to really speak to, I think, a lot of the staff work that went behind this and that will continue to be a part of this conversation for the foreseeable future, which is we really need to prepare for a similar situation as has been seen in other urban areas in the United States, where you have a lack of foreknowledge of federal actions in major American cities that is resulting in a lot of confusion and chaos. And unfortunately, instances in which you have local and state law enforcement in positions in which they are trying to understand what federal enforcement is doing without the kind of cooperation necessary. And at the same time, citizens engaged in lawful behaviors who are being swept up in these federal actions that, quite honestly, are un-American. And I think we, as a local government jurisdiction working with partner jurisdictions around here, need to do what I know our staff is doing, which is to coordinate how we will respond when and if that happens in our area. And steps like this that clarify exactly what our values are and how port staff need to respond on the fly are really essential to setting a North Star for our behavior. And ultimately, I have been extraordinarily proud of our teams here at the port in responding to what has happened so far. But I also want to make sure that we're clear with staff that what our policies are, so that when they are in these encounters that they did not wake up thinking they were going to have to deal with on that particular day, they know what the guiding principle is for the organization. And I think you've elucidated that really, really well here. So strongly in support.
Commissioner Cho.
Yeah, I also want to just pile on here and first and foremost thank my colleagues here on the commission, Commissioner Mohammed, for your leadership on revising this welcoming ports framework that we've had for a few years now, but now are updating. You know, honestly, I don't want to be in this place of having to. I mean, I would love for us to be in a place where we don't have to pass resolutions like this, right? I would love to be in a world where like everything that's in here is just foregone and we don't have to put it on paper and it's just understood. But the reality is that we live in a political climate today that does not presuppose the values that we have, and that we are unfortunately in a place where we have to set ourselves apart from the policies that are being put in place on the federal level, and make it clear that here at the Port of Seattle, we are a welcoming port. That stories like mine, stories like Commissioner Mohammed's, stories like Commissioner Hazagawa's and the like are continue to be welcomed here. And I hate to be in this position, not because I don't agree with any of this, but because this should be foregone. We shouldn't have to pass something like this, quite frankly. And that's why I'm so frustrated with what all the things that we have to deal with here as a commission over the last 6-8 months, and on all the things that we know we're going to have to deal with coming down the line. And so this is really just one of many small steps that we need to take as a commission, as an organization, to ensure that we're living and executing our duties in accordance to our values. This is as much a message to the public as it is a message to our employees here at the Port of Seattle and our workers. These are the values that we operate based off of. And quite frankly, if you don't agree with these values, you can leave. I'm not sorry for that, because this is what we stand for, and this is what we're going to execute on. So once again, I want to thank my colleagues. I want to thank Voice, our ERG, for providing their input and their engagement on this. And I am highly in favorable for this framework. Thank you.
All right, Clerk Hart, will you please call the roll for the amendment?
Thank you for the vote on the primary amendment, beginning with Commissioner Mohammed.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Calkins.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Cho.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Fellman.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hasagawa.
Aye.
Thank you. 5 ayes, 0 nays.
Thank you. And can you please call the roll on the underlying item?
Yes, I'll just note that that primary amendment passes. Going to the main motion as amended, beginning with Commissioner Mohammed.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Calkins.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Cho.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Fellman.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hasagawa.
Aye.
Thank you. 5 ayes, 0 nays for this item.
The motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much, everybody. It's a long time coming.
Good job, Tyler.
Clerk Hart, please read the next item into the record.
Thank you. This is agenda item 10B, authorization for the executive director to advertise and execute 2 construction contracts for 2026 airfield projects and limited utility installation scope in the South Concourse Evolution Program located in the South Concourse. Maybe I'm saying that wrong. S Concourse taxi lane between the southwest corner of the S Concourse and the Cargo 7 hard stand area, and to authorize use of port crews for abatement work in the requested amount of $73,040,000 for a total estimated project cost of $400 million.
Commissioners, maintaining our airfield is essential for safe and efficient operations of aircraft at our airport. The airfield work replaces distressed pavement, aging utilities, outdated electrical systems, and failing hydrants, while improving lighting and drainage along runway 16C and 34C in adjacent taxiways. The utility portion of this request modernizes 40-year-old electrical feeders and prepares essential infrastructure for the future work at the South Concourse. A briefing this afternoon, our Robert Kakillis, Development Manager, Airfield Operations, and Mengqi Wu, Capital Program Leader, Aviation Project Management. So,
thank you, Executive Director Metric and Commissioners. Again, Rob Kakillis, Airfield Operations. Next slide, please. Just to repeat into the record, we are requesting Commission authorization for the Executive Director to advertise and execute 2 construction contracts for 2026 for the airfield projects and some limited utility scope for the S Concourse Evolution SCE program. The South Satellite. This is between the South Satellite, the Concourse, and Cargo 7, or the ops folks known as Spot 99. And authorized use of port crews for abatement work. Total request here is $73,040,000. Next slide, please. The 2026 airfield projects and Spot 99 utility scope. These are 2 construction contracts comprised of interdependent capital improvement projects with overlapping design functionality. Basically, that allows us to get more efficient work out of it and more bang for our buck, less operational impacts. The 2026 through 30 airfield program component of it is the airfield infrastructure renewal replacement, as well as projects needed to provide safe and efficient conditions for aircraft operations at the airport and meet FAA and other regulatory requirements. It's primarily renewal replacement and regulatory is what we're doing. For the South Concourse Evolution, again, we're adding improving some electrical infrastructure to serve the South Concourse. Next slide, please. So for contract one, which is the federally funded portion of this work, replacement of distressed pavement, aging failing utilities, non-standard flush hydrants, access hatches, electrical circuit lighting fixtures. The lighting fixtures are going to be replaced with LED, just for the record there. 16 end signs on the center runway, connecting taxiways, infield areas, and vehicle service road. We're also removing turf edge dams that build up along the pavement areas, mitigating ponding spots, and installation of anti-perching devices along the center runway infrastructure, connecting taxiways and infield areas. And we do expect to get around $15 million of FAA entitlement funds in 2026 for this work. Next slide, please. Contract 2 for the 26 through 30 program is replacement of distressed pavement on Taxiway Bravo, the North Concourse taxi lane, and cargo areas. And then again for the South, been here for 27 years, I still call it the South Satellite. For the S Concourse Evolution program, installation of power utility duct bank at Spot 99, which is a critical taxiway around the South Satellite. Next slide, please. And this kind of shows you all the work being done next year on the airfield. As you can see, a lot of it takes place around the center runway. Not surprising. And just so you know, just to kind of get it out there, we will be fully closing the center runway 24/7 for approximately 6 weeks in the spring, starting in mid-April, and then in the fall, starting after Labor Day for 10 weeks in the fall. In between that time, during the summertime, we will have nighttime closures, except during the World Cup, at which time we'll cease any construction that impacts operations on the airfield. And we are working with our external relations and noise programs to communicate the runway closure to the near airport communities. Next slide, please. And this just gives you a quick overview of the entire 26 through 30 program. So again, 2026 is in the red in the middle. That's next year's work. And then 2027, very similar work on runway 16 right, 34 left, similar durations. And then 2028, we're going down to the long runway closest to the terminal. A little bit longer durations. It's a longer runway. Then 2029 is Taxiway Bravo out there in the middle of the airfield, Taxiway Tango out there in the middle of the airfield. And then finally 2030, Taxiway Bravo, full length kind of in front of the terminal complex there. Next slide, please. And pass it over to Munchie.
Thank you, Rob. Good afternoon, Commissioners and Executive Director Metric. I'm Munchie Wu with Aviation Project Management Group here at the port. As Rob mentioned earlier, we do plan to have 2 airfield construction contracts in the year of 2026. Contract number 1, the federally funded contract, plans to start construction in Q2 of 2026. Contract number 2 plans to start in Q1, and both contracts anticipate construction completion by the end of the year. Next slide, please. So between the 2 capital improvement projects included in this authorization request, the 2026 through 2030 airfield program is requesting for $64.4 million to complete the airfield pavement, utilities, and supporting infrastructure renewal and replacement scope. The S-Concourse Evolution program is requesting for $8.64 to complete the limited utility installation at Spot 99. So the total request for authorization today is $73,040,000. And I think this concludes our presentation. Any questions or comments that we can answer or address?
Thank you very much. Okay, so at this point, I am going to look for a motion on this item.
So moved.
Second. So the motion's been made by Commissioner Fellman and seconded by Commissioner Mohammed. Commissioners, do you have questions or comments on this item? Commissioner Fellman.
I think I've asked this in the past. I know this is a huge undertaking, huge expense, but reoccurring because this stuff wears out. I understand that, concrete doesn't wear out as much, but it's enormously more expensive. Does the materials itself not lend itself to tires coming to the ground, or is this just an expense that we don't want to incur up front?
We're doing very little concrete. There is concrete work involved. That's not the majority of it. It's very little concrete work. And what is being done is mostly on some taxiways that have been around for a while. The center runway that we're doing next year was actually constructed in 2015 or reconstructed in 2015. So it's in pretty good condition, a couple panels, not much. But some of the exit taxiways have been there for, much longer period. And that's where most of the work's taking place for concrete removal, concrete placement. But it lasts great. I mean, we got like 40 years out of our before I had to rebuild that runway last time.
Okay, so we're not using tar?
No.
It's all concrete.
Yeah, we're all concrete.
I knew it was a stupid question. Thank you for your help.
Not at all. I don't think that's a stupid question. We just participated in a community forum where they had several recommendations for alternatives to concrete that have been piloted in other areas that include like a reflective element that can help reduce the heat retention of the material and ultimately address some of perhaps the heat island effect that we have at and around the airport. Have alternatives to the status quo been considered? And what sort of environmental review or alternatives or innovations have been considered? This is a $73 million ask, so it's fitting that step takes place.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner. So actually, especially for the contract one, so we are receiving grants, so we have to follow the FAA standards, specs, and regulatory requirements. So we have to, follow the AC for all the concrete design. So because of that, so we are using regular concrete for our contract number one. For contract number two, we're actually using for individual panels that are mainly located at Taxiway Bravo or around the gate areas. We're actually using the high early strength concrete, which the main purpose is to minimize operational impacts. So they really, it's a lot faster for this type of concrete to achieve ideal strength for the aircraft operations. So often we can reopen the surface within hours after pouring. So it really helps minimizing operational impacts, but the cost is relatively higher too. That's why it's in a separate contract. We're also trying to limit the number of panels that we use this type of concrete.
I appreciate and commend the efforts to minimize operational impact. I'm wondering what steps have been taken to also have considerations for minimizing environmental impact and seeing this as an opportunity. I'd like to welcome to the front Environmental Director Sarah Cox.
Good afternoon, Sarah Cox, Director of Aviation Environment Sustainability. We partner with Munchie, the Aviation Project Management Team, on reviewing the specifications and standards in the project to look at opportunities to decarbonize, in our specs to look at lower carbon options, for example, the use of fly ash in our contract specifications. In addition, we can look into the future on how with the heat dome effect and what that would look like, how that aligns with FAA's specifications and standards. That is one thing. Whenever we look at our specifications and standards, we do look at to see how we can to ensure that we're aligning with the FAA's design criteria in that. But I appreciate that comment, and we'll continue to look into opportunities.
So you can look into those opportunities, but did you look into opportunities for this project?
We did review the specifications
for heat island, not just decarbonization.
I'm not aware that we looked at it for the heat island impact, but that's something that we can take away and verify with the team.
Commissioner Cho.
Yeah, thanks for the presentation. I feel like it focused a lot on the airfield part of this authorization, but it didn't touch very much on the S-Concourse portion. So can you just explain to me exactly what the S-Concourse portion of this authorization is for, and why is that project being tied in with the pavement work?
Afternoon, Commission. John Freeman, Capital Program Leader, responsible for the S Concourse program. So we specifically broke out this work for the duck bank because it is much more in Airfield's scope of work that they do. We could have done it within the program, but because the taxiway at Spot 99 is such a critical component that they have done work there in the past 5 years, they understand how to get through some of the SRM, the safety risk management panels and everything faster. It's easier for them to do the work than for us to do it. It was very much civil work only. It's the new duct bank to provide future power that's necessary as renewal and replacement. As Mr. Metrick said earlier, the feeders are 40 years old. The duct bank that's there today was installed in 1967, and so it's no longer meets the size for conduit and all the components. So that's why we broke it out this way. Is it was we needed to have this done basically this summer to accomplish all the work to support the overall base schedule for S Concourse, and Airfield is much better at doing that type of work. So that's why we have it separated that way.
Got it. And so would it be fair to say that this project would have needed to have proceeded regardless of the South Concourse Evolution project?
Correct. This is renewal and replacement. There's more of this duct bank that would need to be built for it to function, but the cross spot 99 is a critical component, and it really is renewal and replacement for any future work to occur at the S Concourse. You need a new duct bank there to meet the current energy codes and the requirements and renewal and replacement of those feeders.
Got it. And then I understand that the runway work is receiving about $15 million from the FAA, but does this portion of SoCo Evo receive any federal funding?
This portion does not. We are keeping it all within the base building contract with Hensel Phelps as a contractor. The plan for that is that we would be starting the first set of work September 1st of next year. We're getting ready to go in for initial permit on that package, and then we would start our grant component at that point. We're looking in somewhere in the neighborhood of $105 million worth of grant money within that first package.
Specifically for South Concourse?
Correct.
Got it. Okay. Thank you.
Yep.
Other commissioners with questions and comments? Commissioner Fellman with a follow-up.
President Hasegawa brought up a question that I wasn't thinking about. We're pouring enormous amounts of concrete, and we know that concrete is one of the most carbon-intensive building materials we can use. So you mentioned like fly ash as being something. And I know there's a growing interest in fact, some concrete is actually withdraws carbon from the atmosphere, but are there whatever ASTM specs or whatever that shows whether these not carbon sequestering, but at least lower carbon emitting concretes have the FAA kind of spec capabilities to them?
Yeah, so Commissioner, actually, for our 2026 airfield contract number 1, we have been partnering with Sarah's team, with our Port Environmental Group, to actually use that as a pilot project for the LEAD program, which is similar to the Envision program, which is actually similar to LEAD for vertical structures. So we really consider that as an opportunity to integrate sustainability to our actually civil and infrastructure projects. So we have been working closely on that, finding out options that will really help us to be part of that sustainability framework. So, for example, we have been working into our specs, and we have been working with the FAA regarding, we are having multiple construction phasings, and also construction waste reduction. For example, we are actually planning to salvage lighting, incandescent lighting and lighting cans, just so that we can use that to replace other future upcoming failing incandescent lights elsewhere on the airfield. And then we're also working language into the construction contract, so that for example, for construction trailers, we encourage them to use solar panel and also energy efficient vehicles. So we are getting started to introduce that concept to our construction contract on the airfield.
I really appreciate that. If indeed we are going to use alternative concrete, this could be an enormous contribution to reducing our climate emitting impacts. And like a lot of times we do these good things, but we don't enumerate them. Our goals are to reduce, and then when you do something big like this, I hope you could present to us how that moved the needle. That's all. Thank you.
Other commissioners with questions and comments? Okay, so the things that you just listed, like the solar panels with the project, and the incandescent lighting cans, is that with this project, or those are strategies you're implementing with other projects?
So that's Commissioner. It's for this project.
Okay.
Yeah.
But the concrete itself, I'm hearing you say that's something we can explore but have not explored. Can you just clarify for me what we're talking about in the context of these materials?
Yeah, so for the concrete, unfortunately, again, because the majority of the concrete will be pouring in 2026 will be part of our contract one, which we have to follow the FAA standards. So that's why we are giving limited options to explore. But I think I'll turn over to Sarah for the future explorations.
Yeah, we're continually evaluating where those opportunities are with respect to embodied carbon and other opportunities to reduce the impact of concrete, both installation and demo, on our projects within both our local and global impacts associated with that. So some of that has been done on this project, but we are continuing to further investigate that as we move forward with future airfield improvement projects as well.
Carbon emissions are different than heat. I mean, they're related.
Yes.
But we're talking about the reflective.
And that we'll have to look on the reflective side and how that ties into this is what I imagine. I'm stepping in over on Rob Kakillis's items, but with respect to reflectivity with some of our navigation systems on the airfield, that evaluation would need to take place, that it wouldn't be causing a secondary impact on other parts of the airport operations.
How come that wouldn't have happened with a $73 million project? That now seems like the appropriate time to have done that assessment.
If I could just ask real quick. Well, again, part of that has to do with where the funding comes from. But as you look at the diagram on page 6, there's a lot of blue there, but the vast majority of that's earthwork off the pavement. There's very little actual pavement work being done in 2026. In the grand scope of things, there's not a whole lot of pavement work being done in the whole project. A lot of it is earthwork, drainage improvements. A lot of it's drainage improvements. We have a lot of ponding on the airfield, which is wildlife attractants and makes other issues also. So a lot of that, if you're looking at the diagram there, a lot of that work, most of it is what you're looking at there is just earthwork, and most of the work you see on the runway is lighting replacement. There's not a whole lot of pavement work being done on this project that would, move the needle much, because there's just not that much being done. But regarding reflective pavement, reflectivity on the airfield is not a good thing in general. I mean, obviously, we would need to be studied. But, oh boy, going back a few years, we had a number of aircraft that landed on taxiway Tango, and other aircraft, many others that lined up to land on taxiway Tango because of reflectivity issues on the airfield when we had just recently rained, and then the sun was low on the horizon, and then the aircraft were on approach, and they thought the taxiway was a runway because the whole airfield turned into a glare. They couldn't see the airfield clearly. So reflectivity on the pavement in general, based on our past, would probably not be a good idea. That's something we can't look into for future paving projects. But there's been a history of it not being a good thing here at Sea-Tac.
I mean, okay. Anecdote versus like an actual studying and understanding where this has been piloted at other airports and what's possible here at SEA is what I want us to do. Sure. Given the enormity of this project and future projects where perhaps there's going to be more concrete involved, I want all of us to be thinking about where we have the opportunity to be able to try not just emerging technologies, but innovative strategies and alternative materials, not just fuels, right? We need every tool at our disposal. We are the cream of the crop. I believe in you. And I expect that we're identifying those opportunities. I do not have the understanding of what the FAA's regulations dictate. It seems to me that it has to do with durability, but I'm hearing you say that there's also been a case where even so much as the rain created confusion for a pilot. So I would really appreciate in future presentations a very clear articulation of what the opportunities were when we're considering projects like this for the airport specifically. Is this ask for implementation? We are past the phase of planning and design. This is for execution.
Yes, Commissioner, that's correct. This is for construction contract execution.
Okay. All right. Well, I do like that you've been able to identify other opportunities outside of the use of the concrete for sustainability. So I do applaud you for that. And I do not want to minimize the achievement of what you've been able to do to minimize operational impacts as well. So thank you for the presentation. Any other questions or comments from my colleagues? Well, the motion has been made by Commissioner Fellman and seconded by Commissioner Mohammed. Clerk Hart, please call the roll for this item.
Thank you. Beginning with Commissioner Calkins.
Aye.
Thank you, Commissioner Cho.
Aye.
Thank you, Commissioner Fellman.
Aye.
Thank you, Commissioner Mohammed.
Aye.
Thank you, and Commissioner Hasakawa.
Aye.
Thank you. 5 ayes, 0 nays for this item.
The motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much to the presenters. All right, that moves us into presentations and staff reports. Clerk Hart, please read item 11A into the record, and Executive Director Metric will introduce.
Thank you. This is item 11A, Sustainable Airport Master Plan Near-Term Projects, Final National Environmental Policy Act, Environmental Assessment, Federal Aviation Administration Finding of No Significant Impact, Record of Decision, and State Environmental Policy Act Next Steps.
Commissioners, today's presentation provides a brief recap of our Sustainable Airport Master Plan, summarizing where we began, what we've accomplished, and what lies ahead as we plan for continued regional growth and passenger demand. Seattle-Tacoma International Airport remains a critical economic engine for the Puget Sound region, connecting people and goods globally, supporting thousands of jobs, and sustaining business activity across the region. Our planning work is guided by a clear objective: to accommodate growth responsibly, ensuring that SEA continues to operate efficiently while maintaining environmental stewardship and community quality of life. The Sustainable Aviation Master Plan originated from a fundamental challenge: how to evolve an airport designed for 30 million passengers to serve the 53 million we handle today and the 56 million projected within the next decade. The key initiatives emerging from this work include a second terminal with 19 gates to expand capacity and improve passenger flow, ground transportation center to enhance access and integrate light rail connections, a dedicated bus guideway linking the rental car facility, the new terminal, and the main terminal. After years of planning and analysis, we are now advancing through the federal and state environmental review process. Today's recap highlights our progress to date, the coordination underway, and the next steps that will shape the airport's sustainable growth for decades to come. Presenters are Sandra Kilroy, Senior Director, Environment and Sustainability, Eric Shinfield, Senior Manager for Federal and International Government Relations. So, Sandra.
Great. Thank you. Thank you, Executive Director Metric, and good afternoon, Commissioners. Today, we will be providing just a brief recap of the environmental review process for the Port Sustainable Airport Master Plan near-term projects. On October 14th at your commission meeting, you received a very detailed briefing, but we wanted to do a short recap today while the meeting was held here at the airport location. The purpose of the Airport Master Plan is to develop and propose airport improvements that are needed to meet future forecasted demand. And as with all our capital improvement programs and projects, we follow a process of planning, environmental review, design, and construction. We are currently in the middle of environmental review, which is a critical step in all our project delivery. And for the SAMP, this includes both a National Environmental Policy Act, Environmental Assessment, and a State Environmental Policy Act Environmental Impact Statement. And both NEPA and SEPA are important documents, and together they will provide you with rigorous and thorough analysis backed by research, data, and expert input to objectively understand the environmental impacts of these proposed 31 projects versus not implementing the projects. So ultimately, you will be the decision makers on whether and when to proceed with each of these 31 investments, and the comprehensiveness and accuracy of these environmental reviews are intended to provide you with important information for your consideration. So next slide. So the FAA just recently completed their environmental assessment. The FAA served as the lead agency under NEPA, with the port as providing technical support and outreach. Their final environmental assessment and finding of no significant impact was released on September 26th. And the release is followed by a 60-day appeal period, which we are in the middle of right now. This was an important milestone, as I mentioned, in this ongoing environmental review process. And now the next step is that we are underway in completing the SEPA EIS, of which the port is the lead agency. Next step, or next slide. The port has really worked to raise awareness of the FAA decision. There are copies of the full NEPA documents available at the Pier 69 and here at the airport. They are also placed in libraries in Burien, Des Moines, Federal Way, Sea-Tac, White Center, Tukwila, and on Vashon Island. We have sent notices via newspapers, email lists, our websites and social media, and press releases. On October 8th, we held a webinar that had over 100 registrations and 60 attendees, and that was recorded and is now on our website. And then, of course, we had the presentation to you, the public meeting on October 14th, and now today. So we have really worked to make it very available, the information on FAA's NEPA environmental assessment. Next slide. The SEPA work includes much of the analysis that was part of NEPA, but it also has additional analysis. And these are the categories where we will be doing additional analysis. Much of this is based on specific state requirements. But I do want to reemphasize that the climate, the environmental justice, and the cumulative impacts sections had been included in a draft NEPA. They were removed by the administration in the final NEPA, but those all the analysis and work that was done under those will be carried forward into the SEPA process, and we will be doing additional work in those areas as well. So at the moment, we are well underway in doing the analysis for SEPA. Next slide. We also will be doing a robust and enhanced outreach and engagement process for SEPA. This includes giving the public notice at least 30 days before we will publish the draft EIS so that they are aware it's coming. We will be translating materials into 7 languages. We will be conducting outreach to airport area stakeholders and are planning public meetings in multiple locations, including virtual meetings. We have targeted outreach planned for underrepresented communities in the South King County, and of course, outreach to public sector and regional leaders. We have heard continuously from you as individuals and as a body of your interest in robust community engagement, and we are responding accordingly to that. And so come the first quarter 2026, we will have a very detailed plan of how we will be conducting outreach and community engagement for the SEPA work. Next slide. So this is the last slide, and it just recaps the schedule. We anticipate the publishing of our draft SEPA EIS in first quarter of 2026. It will then be open for public comment. And then throughout the year, we will be addressing public comment and putting together the final SEPA EIS and decision that we expect to be in Q4 of 2026. And then a reminder that that would complete the environmental review process, but that does not mean the projects move forward. It is still a commission action and decision to move forward with one or more of the NTP projects. So that's our quick recap. I think that's the last slide. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, commissioners, questions and comments, beginning with Commissioner Fellman.
Thank you, Sandy. That was a very succinct characterization of an enormous undertaking of work, particularly given the differences between time frames. I think the one thing that has to always be emphasized in terms of what the actual analysis is when you hear a determination of non-significance, the delta of the difference between if we did nothing or not. So, I mean, I think this is one of the most important things to be explicitly clear about. And so could you, for the benefit of the listening public, reiterate what this analysis was of?
Yeah, the analysis covers the proposed projects versus no action. And as you stated, no action doesn't mean there won't be continued growth at the airport. We know the demand for flights is coming, and that growth occurs whether these projects are built or not. And so the environmental analysis is looking at just the delta between the growth that will happen anyway and the proposed projects.
Which is how many flights?
Oh, now you're, I'm going to say, I'm going to look for help for my flights. If we can. We have the number of flights. All right. We can get back to you on that if you have another question. Okay. Yeah, thank you.
Commissioner Calkins.
I want to kind of build on Commissioner Fellman's line of questioning there and ask, in the no action alternative, was there an analysis of knock-on effects of not addressing demand here at SEA, such as increased traffic between here and PDX to catch flights out of there, or to Vancouver, or use of other modes that would be required if you couldn't catch a flight from here to somewhere else?
Yeah. I am actually going to invite Steve Reibold up to the table so that we can get as many of your technical questions answered as possible. So Steve can introduce himself.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Steve Reibold, Senior Environmental Program Manager and Project Manager for the SAMP NTP Environment Review. And Commissioner Calkins, can you restate your question? I was trying to answer Commissioner Fellman's question while you were asking yours.
I was trying to shoehorn in another question. I just piled on. I'm sorry. When we think about the no action alternative, I'm wondering how much does that analysis encompass in terms of modeling the knock-on effects of not addressing demand that is forecast as a part of it? So, for instance, if we aren't offering operations here at SEA and people are traveling to other airports to catch flights because they're not available here, is that level of traffic on our roadways, rail, other modes accounted for in the no action alternative?
The way we generally look at the no action is we look at what's we assume is going to come. What we don't look at, I think, to your question is do we model for where else could they go if we don't do it? And the answer is no. So we don't assume if we don't move forward with these or somehow we just stop operations that they would go elsewhere.
So if there's additional traffic on I-5 going to Portland as a result of lack of capacity at SEA to meet air travel demand, that would not be accounted for.
That's correct.
Okay.
Can I just follow up on that, actually, because I think Commissioner Calkins is getting to an excellent point, but if I could put a finer point on it, I'm not even concerned about other airports. I'm actually more concerned about the people who are going to be sitting on the tarmac, the people who are going to be stuck in the traffic getting into the driveway. You know, the longer you stay in traffic coming into our airport, the more emissions you're going to put out into the environment. So I do think there's an argument to be had here, not knowing the data, that not doing these projects could even potentially result in more greenhouse gas emissions, because not doing the runway improvements, not doing the cargo facility, not widening and doing those things going into the arrivals might result in more people idling in and near our airport, right? And so I think what Commissioner Calkins was getting at was the counterfactual of us not doing this potentially leading to more emissions, right? It's not that, you know, we're accommodating more emissions. It's that, you know, by not doing this, you could actually exacerbate the situation, because we know the growth is coming regardless. And so I'm curious, have we looked into that? The you know, if we don't do this, right, the emissions from all of the downstream effects could be worse than, you know, and obviously the NEPA said it was, you know, not significant, but I'm curious if that included all the extra emissions that not doing this project might result.
Yeah, really good question, Commissioner. The answer is yes, we do look at that. So the no action looks at, if we continue to grow without the near-term projects, will there be increased congestion on the roadways? Absolutely. Will there be aircraft that will likely be sitting on the tarmac? Yes. And both the no action and the action scenario, so with the 31 near-term projects, we do see increases in such things like air emissions because of those things. So both the no action and the action have increases in air quality impacts, though they're not significant, but they do increase. What the no action doesn't address is level of service. So yes, you're going to be sitting in your car on the roadways. You're going to be potentially sitting on the tarmac quite longer, waiting for a gate to open. So there are a lot of repercussions for not doing things, including increase in environmental impacts.
All right, thanks.
And to answer Commissioner Fellman's earlier question, it's about 35,000 flight operations, the Delta.
Commissioner Mohammed.
You're
I've
chairing.
taken over as chair temporarily.
That was my question.
I have the script now. So
Well, not if they take light rail. Sam, Commissioner Joe wanted to make that point.
any further questions? Okay, well, thank you so much for the presentation. I know there is much more to do on this, particularly as it relates to SEPA and the very extensive process we're going to undertake there to continue to look at the impacts. And we're just really grateful for the work you all have put into this.
Can I just make a quick point? Commissioner Mohammed made a good point about light rail. And part of this project is the Ground Transportation Center, which will address the biggest sore point of light rail. And that is the fact that people have to walk through the outdoor garage to get to the terminal. And so SAMP actually addresses that issue. We're building a ground transportation center that, from my understanding, will connect the light rail to the terminal. And so hopefully that will reduce congestion and greenhouse gases from those who are driving to the airport.
Okay, wait. We're pounding on that. We're not pounding on my
Go ahead, Commissioner Fellman.
But this is, thank you. This is really become a pet peeve of mine. We won't know whether or not we're going to get more light rail utilization because we don't monitor it. And I don't understand that. I mean, we know that our ground transportation, our parking garage is one of our most important sources of revenue. And we know that that revenue is going down. And we know that rental car revenues are going down, but we don't know whether that's because there's more utilization of light rail because we don't have just the simplest seeing eye, electric eye to monitor it. Are we going to get independent data because Sound Transit won't provide it?
So, Commissioner, I will say that David Tomporowski and Peter Lindsay have been doing traveler surveys, including of light rail. That number is around 8%. That we understand that travelers are using light rail to and from the airport. And so that is part of ongoing work as we look at the overall Ground Transportation Access Program, GTAP. We'll continue to monitor and try and track the usage of light rail for our passengers.
Yeah, this is surveys of the public. These are not empirical counts. What is precluding us from being able to have a laser to count legs, or like we can put rubber things for car tires? What is the challenge?
I will look into lasers for legs, Commissioner. Absolutely.
Thank you.
But I want to just one comment on Commissioner Cho's comment, which is a great acknowledgement that the projects as part of the SAMP NTPs are not just the second terminal. There are a number of other safety and efficiency projects that are part of those that need to be carried out.
And Commissioner, to answer your question, so the Northeast ground transportation is intended to improve efficiency between the Link Light Rail Station, but also not just that, but to the what would be the new North Terminal and the rental car facility, so we can try to negate those long rental car bus lines that many of our passengers wait in.
All right. Any additional questions? Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you again, staff. Clerk Hart, can you please read the next item into the record? And then Executive Director Metric, I'll have you introduce it.
Thank you. This is agenda item 11B, the 2026 Aviation Division Capital Budget Briefing.
Commissioners, at our last session, we reviewed the proposed aviation operating budget and the one-year capital improvement plan. Today, we turn our attention to the broader aviation capital program as part of the 2026 budget cycle. As we discussed previously, demand for air travel remains strong, with passenger volumes exceeding pre-pandemic levels, and this past summer marking 8 of the 10 busiest days in the airport's history. While growth continues, non-aeronautical revenue growth has slowed, projected to increase by just over 1% next year, even as the operational and capital costs rise. These financial dynamics underscore the need for strategic prioritization of capital investments, assuring that every project aligns with our long-term goals for customer experience, environmental sustainability, and efficiency. Today's presentation will provide an overview of the airport's broader capital plan, highlighting key objectives, major projects, and financial outlook that will guide our work over the coming years and position SCA to meet the region's continued growth responsibly. So the presenters this afternoon are, we're going right to, well, I have Arav Gauss, Interim Aviation Managing Director for Aviation, and Heidi Papachak, Director, Aviation Finance and Budget. So I don't want to have Heidi up there by herself. So.
Good afternoon, Commissioners, Executive Director Metric. Yeah, happy to join Heidi up front. Really back with you. 2 weeks ago, we presented the operating budget to you, and we were going to come back to you with a capital. So that is the purpose of today. It's kind of obviously an extremely important topic, and we want to give you a kind of the 5-year program that we have, the CIP program, and a 10-year outlook, and some of the budget kind of adjustments we're making to make sure that we can kind of absorb the capital needs with the capacity. So thank you.
Thank you, Interim Managing Director Gauss and Executive Director Metric. Good afternoon, Commission President and Commissioners. Heidi Papachak, Director of Aviation Finance and Budget. Next slide, please. Today, I will provide a brief overview of our strategic and financial objectives, as well as our 5-year financial forecast and capital forecast. Next slide, please. So this slide just provides an abbreviated view of our Aviation Division strategic and business plan objectives. We highlight 3 there on the screen: level of service optimum, top 25 ASQ world ranking, 5-star Skytrax rating. While there's only 3 on the screen, there are many objectives that we have for the Aviation Division. The next bullet describes our 5-year financial outlook, meeting or exceeding the financial performance targets. And below there, we are sharing 3 of those: achieving debt service coverage of greater 1.40 times, building cash balance in the Airport Development Fund to 18 months of O&M expenses, and then lastly, consistently growing non-aeronautical revenues. Next slide. Now we'll transition to the 5-year financial forecast. As you can see on the top there, aeronautical revenue is growing at a pretty high rate. Aeronautical revenues are fully cost recovery, meaning the airlines pay their proportionate share of expenses. What's driving the forecast for the aeronautical revenues is that we're seeing a number of capital projects that will be completed. And what our practice is to ensure that the capital project cost, the debt service, is included in the rate base when the projects are completed. So what you're seeing in the outer years is the completion of projects and being charged to the airlines their share of that. Next, we have the non-aeronautical revenue forecast. As you heard in our October 14th operating budget presentation, we're seeing slower growth in our public parking line of business, as well as some of our concession ADR units due to the S-Concourse evolution project in the outer years. We also are seeing some delay in growth for revenue regarding our tenant turnover projects that we have in non-aeronautical revenues. Next, we have the average annual net debt service is projected to grow by 18% due to growth in capital expenditures. And then lastly, we do include some of our other division projects funded by the airport. Next slide, please. So this slide is a high-level overview, more detailed overview of our non-aeronautical revenue forecast. As I mentioned, with public parking, we're seeing slower growth in our drive-up parking product. However, we do see modest increases in the out years associated with that line item. Next, looking at concessions. As I mentioned, with the S-Concourse Evolution project, we're seeing some of our concession spaces closing due to that project, and that will continue on in clubs and lounges as we renovate the S-Concourse Evolution or S-Concourse project. Next, I would like to highlight just with our non-aero operating expenses. As you can see there, we're seeing growth in the expenses year over year for operating expenses. The non-aero lines of business are paying their proportionate share of costs. And so as we are doing our allocations for expenses, the non-aero side of the house will pay its proportionate share. And as you can see, it's growing pretty rapidly due to that cost share. The next piece is to look at the non-aero debt service. Due to terminal projects, the non-aero side of the house will have to pay its proportionate share of those terminal projects as they're being completed. So we're seeing in the outer years increased debt service costs associated with that. And then lastly, just looking at the last row, that bold row, just seeing our non-aero remaining revenues, it slowly declines as we are looking at the net balance of paying debt service, paying our expenses. That's the balance that we have forecast for the next over the next 5 years. Next slide, please. So this slide is essentially a bar chart of the previous slide. I won't take too much time on this, but this just illustrates in bar chart form of our remaining non-aero revenues. Next slide. This slide provides an overview of our 5-year financial forecast assumptions. As you can see, for 2026, we have a 6% O&M growth rate, and then moving on to 2027 in the outer years to 2030, it is 6%. We have also looking at employment growth. You can see it's modest growth for 2027 when compared to 2026, and then we have 0.8% growth in the outer years. Next slide, please. This slide provides a financial forecast metrics overview. As you can see, our debt service coverage is above 1.40 times. With the exception of 2030, it's 1.37. We do include a lower debt service coverage over a few years that's down to 1.35 times and then rebounds in 2033, as you can see in that first bullet there we've highlighted. And then next, looking at the CPE for 2026, we show $21.11. And actually, I'll go back, the Airport Development Fund balance, months of O&M. As you can see, we maintain 18 months of O&M in the financial forecast. Next slide, please. Now, moving on to the capital forecast, as we looked at the final financial forecast, we're now going to switch over to the CIP spending view of it. Next slide, please. So over the next 10 years, our CIP spending forecast shows a $5.9 billion capital spend. As you can see, and between the two black bars there, our first 5-year period, we are showing a $3.7 billion CIP spend. And then looking forward into the second 5-year period, it's $2.2 billion CIP spend. And looking back to the 2025 plan of finance that the commission approved last year, and looking at the 2026 plan of finance that is proposed to you today, we show a delta of $300 million. So a reduction of $300 million in the CIP spending looking year over year. In addition, we do have in the 10-year forecast $290 million for preliminary planning and design for SAMP, the Sustainable Airport Master Plan, that's incorporated in our forecast. Next slide. So this capital project forecast summary just shows you that the lion's share of the cost for our CIP spending relates to mega projects. At the top there, you can see the number of mega projects that are consuming most of our CIP capacity, and some of those projects will be completed in time for ahead of the FIFA games next year. And then below, you see the other projects and looking in the out years for those projects. And then jumping down to proposed new projects, we have just a small number of projects that we are asking for your approval on in the proposed budget for 2026. Next slide, please. So this is an illustration of the capital program in bar chart form. As I mentioned, the majority of the CIP spending relates to mega projects. Those are the projects that are highlighted in blue in the bars, and those projects are with capital budgets over $300 million. And then as you can see, the projects that are within the range of $100 to $300 million in budget, those are in the green and so on. So this is just that illustration of what's consuming, what's drawing down from our CIP capacity on an annual basis. Next slide. So with our 5-year capital forecast, we have this slide to illustrate the various categories that our capital projects fall within. As you can see at the top there, regulatory contractual in conjunction with the renewal and replacement is the vast majority of our capital spending over the next 5 years. And then we have business needs, noise, SAMP, and then reserves and capital and small capital to equate to $3.7 billion for the first 5-year period. Next slide. So with this slide, it's a summary of proposed new projects. We are proposing 12 new projects, and there are details on the scope related to the projects in the appendix of the presentation today of your packet if you wish to take a view, but just a small number of projects totaling over the next 5-year period, $10.3 million. Next slide, please. And then to conclude the presentation today, wanted to highlight some key takeaways from the financial forecast and also the capital forecast. And with that, that concludes the presentation, and happy to take questions at this time.
Thank you very much. We'll begin with Commissioner Cho.
Thanks, Heidi. Always great to hear from you about all things airport finance. One quick question, and I know we had a briefing before today, so I asked most of my wonky questions in that, but I noticed that the CPE between 26 and 2030 is expected to go up by 50%. So I'm curious, what is driving the cost of employments to go up by so much over the next couple of years?
So cost per employment. So we have with the CPE component, as you know, with the capital projects being completed, and that's increasing in expenses as well. We also have a 6% O&M growth rate that we factored in for O&M expenses. So capturing all of those expenses and doing the calculation with employments, then we're going to see a higher CPE associated with that because expenses are increasing.
So CPE takes into account CIP expenditure. It's not just operations and management.
I will confirm that.
Okay.
We actually we do have a separate metric for
seeing,
debt per employment as
right.
now cost per employment.
Yeah.
The O&M component.
Right. Okay. So yeah, I would be curious to understand what is driving the cost of the CPE, because going from $21 to $30 is a pretty big leap over 4 or 5 years, and so if you can get back to me on what the CPE calculation includes and where we're seeing the biggest drop.
Absolutely. I think just briefly, just looking at the assumptions of O&M growth rate, that 6% as well, but we can get back to you on the specific calculation on that.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Commissioner Calkins.
Thank you, Heidi. Whenever we do these fall budget discussions, what often comes up is the kind of hybrid nature of a port authority where we have, I used to say we were sort of quasi-public agency, quasi-business, but I actually think we're also a little bit of a nonprofit too. However, for today's conversation, I think the part that I really want to think about is the kind of pure business part of our operation, which when we look at slide 6, I think it is, the non-aero revenue forecast, we've got a number of line items here where we function in a fairly free market out there, where we're competing for parking, competing for mode share, going to rental car facility, which is an important source of revenue for us. And as you presented, some of those areas, those business lines have either not as performed as well as we hoped they would, or even declined over the coming year. And so I'm curious to know from a staff standpoint whether you anticipate those things rebounding over the next couple of years or continuing to soften. And if so, how are we approaching this as a business would approach it to regain some of that market share or entice customers back into using those services that the port offers?
Yeah, great question, Commissioner Calkins. I would like to invite my colleague, Jeff Wolf, the Director of Aviation Commercial Management, to assist in this discussion, but just to keep
I'm just throwing the finance person under the marketing bus.
Well, and just to add some context, when we established the budget for 2025, we had the cyber outage, we had limited information, and now we're seeing more of the behavior of drive-up parkers and kind of right-sizing it. So now we have the information, but also there's other factors that are built into it as well that my colleague Jeff Wolf will share.
And Jeff, I know you shared with us last meeting some of this information. I'm also curious how the kind of macroeconomic picture is impacting our forecasting around some of these discretionary expenses on the part of the traveling public.
So, Commissioner, before Jeff goes, that's a really good question, and I've just asked Jeff to also talk a little bit about the 2024 actuals, because what you're comparing the 26 with the forecast for 25, a little bit on what Heidi touched on about forecasting models available to us after the cyber attack, and also, so those numbers being pretty optimistic, very kind of hopeful kind of numbers versus what actually happened in 2024. And it doesn't look like there's actually a significant drop. It's just against the forecast, right? So then Jeff will touch on that a little bit too.
Yeah, thanks, Commissioner. And good afternoon, Jeff Wolf, Director of Commercial Management. at the airport. So it's a heavy question. Forecasting is always a challenge for us. It's not a perfect science. I want to point out that there's really only two areas that we see either current or future impacts, and it's reflected in the forecast that you have in front of you on this slide. So we start with parking, and as Heidi mentioned, as we have pointed out, the one area that we're seeing just some modest weakness is our drive-up parking, general parking. But this is not unique, and we talked to Commissioner Cho, you, about this as well. This is not unique to us. This is in the entire market that we're seeing this. We get information from the city of Sea-Tac in terms of parking tax they collect on every transaction that occurs. And this is widespread. This is throughout the entire market that we're seeing lower transactions, lower tax revenue to the city as well. Contrary to that, with the parking, we are seeing very strong growth in our reserve product. And so that's one of the efforts that we're making, and that's why you see in this forecast some sustained growth in parking revenue, because of what we're hoping to do is expand that reserve parking product, and it's a higher price point. And that's where we think travelers want to go. They want to pre-book or reserve their parking in advance. The second area is with what's called tier concessions. That's our dining and retail program. And as Heidi pointed out as well with this, so there are some ups and downs. We do see some impacts with our South Concourse expansion project, assuming that continues forward, as well as just normal redevelopment of the ADR program. So those lease terms that were discussed earlier in our exec session even, they come up. And so when they come up, we have to try to predict, when those are going to be, when the turnover is going to happen. So you see some ups and downs but generally, you see very strong growth in our ADR program. And there's exciting new events that are happening, as we know, Concourse C expansion, for example, next year. So generally speaking, we see fantastic growth. This actually represents a 20% growth in revenues, 445 in 2030 versus 369 this year. And we look back 10 years, just to keep it in context to Arf's point. We look back 10 years at 2015, and we've doubled non-aeronautical revenue. We've doubled it. So that's just something we have to understand when we're looking at forecasts. That sustained growth is probably not sustainable, considering our employment restrictions we have on employments just because of capacity constraints we have here at the airport. So in terms of, I think you asked, Commissioner, about macroeconomic. That's a tough one. And that gets into the science of forecasting with the current administration we're in right now. What's going to happen? What's that going to do to consumer behavior? We don't know. And so we have to be mindful of that when we put these forecasts together and be careful not to put in aggressive numbers, because these numbers drive our capital investing. And so this is our best estimate of understanding those economic factors as they are now and looking at the business trends that we've seen, and just, continues to evolve. And I try to reiterate that both to my team and as we talk about this, that forecasts continuously are updated as we get more information. So I think it's important to remember that this isn't set in stone. This is something that we will continue to update as we get more information as well.
And one more question on an entirely different tack. So, Jeff, this may not be your question, but there's a bunch of stuff we pay for at the airport that generates no revenue at all. It is essential, it's like safety, it's security, it's maintaining the facility, but there isn't somebody pulling out a credit card at the end to say thank you for that. And so I'm wondering, to what extent do we anticipate that new technologies will help us to at least reduce the increase in those costs over time? And so, as an example, I know that at checkpoints, we're continuously introducing new technologies to streamline those things, whether it's announcements like the fact that you don't have to take your shoes off when you go. That was not our choice, but presumably over a big system like ours, it will in fact reduce lines and potentially the need for some staffing related to TSA. do we anticipate any technologies coming online in the next few years that could significantly increase productivity for our non-revenue generating expenses at the airport?
So let me take a stab at that. So, yes, you're right. There are significant costs to running an airport. It's an expensive operation, and it doesn't generate revenue, right? It's just a cost of doing business. So yes, and you, like when we put in new equipment at checkpoint, it's not necessarily to save money, but to improve efficiency so we can get more people through in a quicker period of time. As you know, the demands are increasing at our airport. We're already constrained. So it doesn't necessarily pay back in terms of bottom line, but it does help in efficiency. But I can point to things like we've done in conjunction with the federal government in the CBP area, the Customs and Border Patrol. We introduced technology that's, again, really improving the flow of customers in that area. Again, do we save money by doing that? Not really, but it does increase the customer experience and the throughput. But where it can save money overall is reduce the number of federal employees that may be needed to help in that process, or to allow them to spend time more productively for what their training is in terms of protecting our border versus spending a lot of time just with processing people in efficiency. So that's where we see gains, and then we're willing to spend money in those areas that we can achieve, improvements in efficiency. But we always looking at opportunities to reduce costs for ourselves. We have a good innovation department too as well, looking at opportunities, working with the individual departments to see where they can introduce technology that does potentially help us save money. But we're not doing that with the eye of reducing staffing, because we also understand and appreciate that as a support entity, we're here to create good jobs, right, for the community. So we're not looking at it in job elimination, but we're looking at efficiencies, and then we can deploy those people to do kind of more important stuff.
Great. Thank you.
Commissioner Cho.
Joe, I just wanted to follow up on the statement you had made about the parking situation. Is my understanding correct that what you're saying is that less people are parking at our garage for a couple hours as opposed to those who park overnight? Is that the distinction you're making? I wasn't sure if I was understanding what.
No, Commissioner, it's not necessarily on duration or length of stay. It's the type of parking. So it's the general or the drive up. Somebody that hasn't pre-booked or reserved, that's just driving to the airport to then park. We're just seeing some reduction in demand on that front. We're actually seeing some strength, though, in our reserved product. Does that?
If I could answer this way, Commissioner, it's the certainty of having a spot, right? And then versus just driving up and then, okay, I'm just going to drive in, pay, and find a space. There's kind of consistency. People are like, okay, I know I'm going to guarantee the spot. I know exactly where I need to park on the 4th floor. I don't have to go searching for a spot. And I think this is my feeling. Jeff may not be exactly 100% correct, but in the past, we've reached almost full capacity in the garage, right? And people have seen that in the media and everything, that, hey, I might not get a spot, and they just want to have a guarantee that they're in the system and we're expecting them. So it's a better product from that sense, and it's so far it seems like they're willing to pay that premium. And we have some elasticity built into that part of the business in the garage, where we can potentially change that to when we see a lower demand because of the travel demand may be lower at that time, we can potentially encourage more people to come into that area. So we're looking at different areas, but we're just seeing less drive up people. And it's not just us, as we explained previously, we've seen that in our region as well, that less people parking in that fashion.
Well, I'm not sure what you mean. When you said you have more elasticity built in, what you really mean is that there's dynamic pricing built in.
Correct. That's what I mean in the reserve parking side of the house.
Okay. And are we fully subscribed on the reserve parking?
Well, we are. So what we do is we hold back a small portion that we do not sell, so we have some capacity instead of selling up to 100%. But we reach that limit that we have every week. So we do. So we are looking at expanding. That's one of the initiatives that we've talked about in enhancing revenue, is expanding that reserve parking product to multiple floors.
Yeah, I'm totally open to exploring whether or not we want to expand that product offering, but I also want to caution that part of the flexibility that the garage provides to people who may not make reservations is also important. So I don't want there to be a crowding out effect necessarily of one over the other, and I'm sure you guys will do you're forecasting and run your numbers, but in some cases this is kind of mutual exclusive and a zero sum game between the two service offerings. And so I just want to make sure that we hit a sweet spot when it comes to the amount of reserve parkings we provide relative to the free spaces.
Yeah, point well taken. We look very closely at that capacity that was talked about, and if we have overall capacity in the garage to expand a product like reserved, with the assumption being if we have capacity and we expand those, we have that space to do it. If we get to a point where we're at capacity too much, I'll say, we need to be really careful with expanding that product, to your point.
Yeah.
So
okay.
Yeah, thanks.
Any follow-up questions? Commissioner Fellman.
Not follow up, it's first shot, but this has been an ongoing conversation that the wealthy continue to do well, and folks otherwise are finding alternative ways to get to the airport. So that's a disparity. That's the more broad economic picture that I think we're experiencing at other airports. So that's not terribly surprising. But the slide, I guess a couple slides after where we were just going, I'm trying to see what the number is. 8. We're talking about optimism in forecasting. Can you pull up 8? I was just curious, our 2026 budget for non-aero revenue or growth is rather pessimistic, and then it picks right up. So this going from minus 0.4 to, up to 5.9 with a rather bold growth. So is this, help me understand that.
So again, what we're seeing more near term, we always have a little bit better insight into the near term than to the long term. In the near term, we do see that somewhat weakness in the parking as we talked about. And so we are continuing to look at that trend for next year. Now with the hope that in future years we can reverse that trend. We also have not put in terms of 2026 for parking, a rate adjustment. Future years, we do look at rate adjustments, rate increases, which bolsters that revenue, assuming that we don't lose too many transactions with a rate increase. Concessions, ADR is our other one. So again, as I stated, there's kind of ups and downs with the ADR program in terms of CCE coming online with all the new units associated with that, for example. However, we have redevelopment, which takes units out when we redevelop, and there's a period of time where there's lost revenue. So there's just ups and downs. So really it just is because of what we're seeing and have a little bit better insight both with in the two main categories here with our ADR and our parking in the near term versus we see continued strength longer term across the board. And that's what's reflected with the numbers you see here. Does that help?
Yeah. No, and I remember the conversation we had before that perhaps it would have been better if we could have staggered the ADR construction work so that we didn't have as big a gaps in potential revenue. But it just, you're saying it's oscillating, but, after next year, it's not oscillating. It's oscillating up, right? So anyway, hope you're right. I just see it's a straight trend up from 27 on. Having said that, all of this forecasting, we have $114 million into, I guess, at-risk funding for SAMP planning, right? We need to make plans even if we don't carry them out. So that money is built in here, but none of the SAMP actual construction is built into this, right?
So that's correct. Short answer. We do have, in the first 5-year period, $114 million associated with SAMP preliminary design. And then the balance is in the second 5-year period of the 290.
Okay. So,
$290 million.
So we don't have to worry about any of this building that construction budget in till after 2030. And, so we just built in the 114 at this point.
we've continued to have the preliminary design and funding in the CIP spending over the 10-year period. So historically, we've had 300 million, and now we have drawn down about 10 million of that, and so the balance is still retained in that 10-year period for preliminary design for SAM.
All right, so it extends past 2030.
Not for the preliminary design funding. It's
all built in there.
Oh, excuse me. I'm sorry. The 114 million is in the first 5-year period, and then yes, the balance of the 290 is in the second 5-year period through 2035.
All right. Thank you very much.
Yep. My apologies for
No worries.
the confusion.
Okay, any other questions? Seeing none, I'd like to thank and dismiss the panel. I really appreciate the presentation today.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. And we can move forward in our agenda. Clerk Hart, please read it into the record, and Executive Director Metric can introduce it.
This is agenda item 11C, briefing on the tax levy and draft plan of finance for 2026 through 2030.
Commissioners, we're on the home stretch. Commissioners, over the past several months, we've carefully examined our spending priorities for the 2026 budget. The budget is a critical step in delivering the port's vision and determining how we will finance critical investments. The actions we take today affect the port for the future. The draft plan of finance outlines a balanced approach that draws on multiple revenue sources, including operating income and the port's property tax authority. Our focus is on maintaining financial strength and long-term sustainability. The draft plan provides for an average of $861 million annually in capital investments at the airport and maritime facilities, including investments in improving the customer experience and in ensuring safety and resiliency. Over the next 5 years, we plan to invest an average of $55 million annually in major commitments to environmental cleanup as well. To support this, we're aligning our financing strategies to balance near-term capacity with the fiscal uncertainty and obligations that lie ahead, while staying mindful of our impact on King County taxpayers. Today's presentation includes several important components, but I want to emphasize one key proposal: a 2% increase in the port's property tax levy. This aligns with the Commission's policy to levy up to 75% of the maximum allowed, generating approximately $1.8 million in additional levy cash for 2026, and we'll go over this. These funds will help advance our environmental and community commitments consistent with the policy priorities that you have set. Importantly, this levy adjustment is not expected to increase the tax burden for the median homeowner. I look forward to hearing your thoughts as we continue building a fiscally responsible and sustainable plan to fund the port's future. So the presenters this afternoon are Elizabeth Morrison, Director of Corporate Finance and Budget, Scott Bertram, Manager Corporate Finance and Budget, and Ian Burke, Senior Financial Analysis, Corporate Finance and Budget. So, in the Truth in Advertising, Commissioners, I believe we have 45 slides to move through. I just wanted to provide that up front. We'll move quickly and efficiently through these as we do in our budgeting. So,
please go slow and take your time.
I'm going to start off with the first couple of slides here, Commissioner, before I hand it over to Elizabeth and the rest of the team here. So, next slide, please. And so we're going to talk about the tax levy first, then the draft plan of finance, and then for your information, the appendix is filled with additional data that we will go over here, and we'll go to that if there's questions about that. Next slide, please. So here's where we are in the plan of finance and the tax levy briefing, and the next is November 11th with the introduction and public hearing for the 2026 budget, and then the adoption of the budget on November 18th. Next slide, please. And here's we'll talk about the background and an update on the tax levy. Next slide, please. So the bottom line up front, and I just wanted to say this, is that we're going to our recommendation is to stay the course in 2026, maintain steady levy increase, that 2%, to improve position for future needs, and maintain that 25%. With that we have no extraordinary needs in 2026. As we were discussing of some of our needs, capital years and the out years is where some of those needs will be. And we're going to prepare for the future. We're going to monitor and plan for our environmental remediation that we have before us, and to continue to use the levy as a strategic credit strength for access to capital markets, which means the better we do, the more conservative that we are, the lower our lending is in our debt, in allowing us to make best use of the funds in the funds that we do have and the tax levy that we do have. So next slide, please. So with this, I'm going to hand over to Elizabeth to take us through this part. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon. With me today are Scott Bertram and Ian Burke, along with Angie Rose, who is not here today. They are the brains of the operation. Every year, they take all the pieces of the port, the operating divisions, the tax levy, and they roll it up together to create the plan of finance. So we're going to start today with the tax levy, and I'll turn it over to Ian.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Good afternoon, Commissioners. So on this slide, we have a brief refresher of the port's tax levy. As a reminder, the amount of the levy is set by commission each year. The port and the commission have traditionally taken an active approach in managing what the levy funds. We'll discuss specifically examples of those levy-funded items on some of the next slides. The tax levy also gives the port access to GO bonds, which can be a useful funding source to combine with levy cash. And in fact, GO bonds can allow the port to multiply the funding impact of the levy if managed responsibly. That bottom chart kind of reiterates what Director Metric was talking about. You can see that 2026 assumption of $92.2 million for the tax levy. That represents 75% of the maximum and is approximately a 2% increase. You can also see for 2025, the port levy made up 1.1% of total King County taxes. Next slide, please. So here we get into a general overview of how we manage the tax levy. On the left, you can see the types of efforts that we forecast using the levy for. Generally, these are items that bring public benefit. And on the right, you can see the levy policies, including that 75% of the maximum policy. These help maintain the port's strong credit ratings, and they also leave some flexibility if needed. Next slide, please. The tax levy picture now includes multiple subfunds, both established by the Commission to prepare for specific types of obligations. The first is the ELF Fund, the Environmental Legacy Fund. This is used to fund legacy environmental liabilities in combination with GO bonds and tax levy cash. And we also have the TIF Fund, the Transportation and Infrastructure Fund. This is used for regional transportation projects, for example, the port's contribution to Seattle's Safe and Swift projects and improvements to the heavy haul network, just to name a few examples. The current TIF balance is projected to cover our future known commitments. And then, as we just talked about, the port also has the ability to issue GO bonds, which are backed by the tax levy and are the first obligation of the tax levy. Next slide, please. So here we can see the sources over the next 5 years for the tax levy and related funds. It's a more detailed look into the 5-year. You can see the small beginning cash balance of both the levy and the ELF. The larger funding sources are the annual levy collections and GO bonds. We have assumed a 2% increase each year to the levy during this 5-year period, which is approximately where the 75% maximum ends up. And for GO bonds, we do have some existing proceeds from issuances in 2022 and 2024. And in the plan of finance, we assume $261 million of new GO bonds over the 5-year period. Of note on this slide, when we look at the next slide, we anticipate GO bond funds will fund capital as well as those environmental liabilities. Next slide, please. So here we can see the uses of that $916 million. The two largest uses of the levy are seaport capital and legacy environmental liabilities. Capital includes the port's share of North Harbor Northwest Seaport Alliance container business investments. It also includes other maritime capital projects and some funding for public park creation and improvement. As we've been planning for a number of years now, we also see large environmental liability expenditures over the next 5 years. We do expect those to continue beyond 2030. These are fully funded in our plan using that combination of levy cash, the ELF balance, and GO bonds. Near the top, you can see what we categorize as community programs. We've included these in the forecast to keep pace with inflation. These include investments in the environment, workforce development, and youth programs, local advertising, and other community impact type efforts. A more detailed list of those can be found in the appendix. And the final uses we have here are existing GO bond debt service, the assumed debt service on new issuances, and a small amount of aviation noise projects that are not ADF eligible. With that, I will transition back to Elizabeth.
Next slide, please. Thank you. The port makes a number of investments in the environment, and as Ian noted, we spend a considerable amount of the tax levy, or we're planning to spend a considerable amount of the tax levy on environmental remediation liabilities. The left-hand side of this slide gives some more detail about those. The Commission established the Environmental Legacy Fund in 2023, and to date we have contributed $62 million from the tax levy to that fund to help ensure funding for these liabilities. We are recommending today that we add an additional $5 million from the tax levy, and that $5 million comes from savings on the Maritime Innovation Center. We received a grant, and so we needed to spend $4 million less out of the tax levy because that was funded with the grant, plus interest earnings that have accumulated over a few years in the tax levy that we can move into the ELF. So that's a recommendation. So while we're doing really well assembling cash to be available for these cleanup projects, we also want to be mindful that we probably don't want to fund all of them with cash. And this has to do with an accounting change that is coming our way in the next year that makes using GO bonds and reflecting the debt service, which was a nice steady level of expenditure in our debt service coverage calculation, as opposed to a large liability that might be recognized in any particular year. So we're trying to figure out these accounting rules and how to appropriately balance the use of cash with the GO bonds to appropriately manage our debt service coverage ratio for investors. So that's a little bit in the weeds there. On the right-hand side is some examples of some of the other investments that the port makes. These are some of them funded with the tax levy, but mostly they're funded through our operating divisions in the form of capital projects or initiatives that our operating divisions are engaged with. So that's really just to remind the public that besides our cleanup liabilities that we talk about in this presentation, there's a lot of other things that the port is investing in on the environmental front. Next slide, please. In summary, the staff recommendation is to stay the course, to increase the tax levy consistent with the 75% of maximum policy. And this both gives us cash for various uses and also maintains a the strong credit support that the levy provides us. We're also recommending the $5 million deposit into the ELF from the tax levy. Next slide, please. And next slide. We'll move into the plan of finance. And just to begin with, the cornerstone of financial stewardship is the policies that we have developed over the years that that allow us to make the investments that we need to make in our facilities while also providing sufficient cushions to withstand adverse times. And so we always develop our plan and recommend that we continue to manage our finances with this stewardship in mind. The result, well, actually, even if we didn't have these policies, I think the result would be the port can't afford to fund everything we would like to fund. And so we have to continue to prioritize if we want to be a resilient organization, both in terms of our infrastructure and in terms of our finances. So with that, I'll turn it over to Scott to go through the draft plan of finance.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. So the next several slides will cover the plan of finance, which you've seen before, and many of the slides will look similar. So I will attempt to move through them expeditiously. Background on the plan of finance, it covers the port's CIP and funding over the next 5-year period through 2030. While the focus is on the next 5 years, we incorporate a longer-term view to ensure that the port maintains financial sustainability and resilience. We know that there's significant environmental, capital, and other needs that will extend beyond the 5-year period. So we look to factor those into our shorter-term 5-year horizon. Our plan is used by rating agencies and investors alike to understand the port's financial plans, overall health, and I think as recent bond sales has proven, as the capital markets have placed great trust in the port and its financial management overall. Next slide, please. So maintaining financial sustainability and resiliency. How do we do this? In part, this is accomplished by ensuring that the port achieves certain financial targets, namely debt service coverage and liquidity. You've seen these before, and Heidi mentioned the airport target specifically in her presentation earlier. These guardrails, or these financial targets serve as guardrails and provide a cushion for the port for income variability, which we know from time to time does occur, and they cannot always be easily forecasted. Debt service coverage, you can see they're listed for the airport and the seaport broken out separately. No change in these targets from prior years. We do have a general fund balance for the seaport equal to 12 months O&M collectively for those businesses, and an airport development fund balance equal to 18 months O&M for the airport. And then as of 2025, all targets are expected to be met. Next slide, please. So slide 17 provides a comprehensive picture of the port's seaport capital plan over the next 5 years. Just as a reminder, seaport includes the port's maritime business, as well as the port's share of the Northwest Seaport Alliance, as well as other costs not allocated to the airport, primarily those from central services. The total seaport CIP over the next 5 years totals $961 million, which is broken out annually in the chart that you see on the bottom left. The seaport CIP consists primarily of the maritime CIP at $608 million. Kelly Zupan briefed you all on the maritime capital plan as part of the commission meeting earlier this month. The seaport CIP also includes $228 million for the port's 50% share of the total Northwest Seaport Alliance CIP. You all, as managing members, were briefed on the Northwest Seaport Alliance capital plan last Friday during the budget study session. That totaled $456 million, so our half listed here. Want to flag one item here. So based on current forecast, staff has identified an approximate $50 million funding shortfall of this seaport CIP. You know, this sort of forecasted deferral is not terribly uncommon and can often be resolved sort of organically over time through project and spending delays. This is not an immediate 2025 or 2026 concern, and the seaport CIP has enough embedded flexibility to help navigate through funding constraints. Port finance staff, both in corporate finance and maritime, as well as our friends at the Alliance, will continue to monitor the funding picture over the next year and make adjustments as needed. Next slide, please. So here's a summary of the funding of the previously mentioned seaport CIP. You can see it's $50 million less, so totaling $911 million over the 5 years. You know, overall, I would say this is a very balanced approach to funding the seaport capital plan. Generally speaking, over the past few years, you've seen a shift toward a greater reliance on operating sources, so including operating cash and revenue bond funding to finance the seaport CIP, And this is really being driven by a couple primary factors. One, existing revenue bonds, debt service, or revenue bonds for the seaport businesses are gradually maturing. So as they're paid down, those are falling off and providing more revenue bond capacity. And also the tax levy as a resource are being increasingly used or forecasted to be used for non-capital purposes. So I would say primarily environmental remediation. This means less tax levy resources available for capital funding. Quickly looking at the operating sources here, comprise about 55% of the CIP funding. That includes operating cash above and beyond the 12-month liquidity target. It also includes future revenue bonds used only to the extent that the seaport businesses achieve their 1.8 times debt service coverage targets. The levy funds about 35% of the CIP. This includes levy cash, as well as existing and projected or future GO bonds. Just as a reminder, GO bond debt service is paid from the tax levy funds. And as Ian previously noted, the port's plan assumes continuation of setting the annual levy at 75% of the maximum, which translates into approximately 2% increase annually. The remaining funding sources come from other sources such as Port and Northwest Seaport Alliance grants, as well as a smaller portion of HMT funding. So capital grants include both port grants as well as the port's 50% share of Northwest Seaport Alliance grants. And I know David Morrison spent a fair amount of time walking you guys through the Alliance grants at the last meeting. And HMT assumptions, we've taken a similar approach to what they've recommended in terms of we did receive the 25 million HMT funds last year, 24. We are not assuming to receive those annually going forward, but rather the smaller award of funds only. Next slide, please. Moving to the airport, this table summarizes the approximately $3.75 billion airport CIP. You know, Heidi just went over this in greater detail, so I won't spend a lot of time going through the details. Just a reminder that this represents capital spending over the next 5 years, does not represent total project costs. You can see the chart broken out by year. And as Heidi noted, the airport's mega projects, or those with a budget over $300 million, make up a significant portion of the overall airport CIP. The port does estimate that over 80% of the airport CIP is in design or construction, and that the CIP includes about $132 million of reserves for unprogrammed costs. And then next slide, please. So this provides a summary of the airport capital funding for the airport CIP. This plan is fairly consistent with what you've seen in prior years. Operating sources will fund over 90% of the airport CIP. This includes operating cash, existing and future revenue bonds. Commissioner Cho, to touch on one of the questions you had asked previously about CPE, airport debt service is included in the CPE calculation. So I wanted to make that clear. We do expect future revenue bonds to be by far the largest funding source for the airport CIP, and we are expecting to be in the market again next year as we were last year and again in 2025. The airport does have a few other unique funding sources which do contribute to the funding. Those include federal grants and PFCs and CFCs, which are listed there. I would like to point out on the PFC and CFC, it's a little misleading, that table. Those funding sources are both used to fund airport revenue bond debt service associated with eligible projects. So while you see a fairly modest amount listed here, they are a very important funding tool for the airport overall. Next slide, please. So this slide provides a view of the port-wide revenue bond debt service coverage over the next 5 years. As you know, debt service coverage is an industry standard and measure of financial sustainability. We take great pride in monitoring and managing to these targeted levels, both from the airport perspective and the seaport. This is a metric that both rating agencies and investors use widely. And the port-wide forecasted debt service coverage levels shown here are consistent with the port's strong historical performance. The decreasing trend that you see is driven by the large airport capital spend as additional debt is needed to fund that CIP, but it is expected and is consistent with what we've seen in prior years. Overall, debt service coverage levels are healthy and remain a significant driver behind the port's strong credit ratings. I'll turn it back over to Elizabeth.
Actually, I think Executive Director Metric.
Yeah, I just wanted to talk about the next couple of slides. Of course, this is our plan, but managing, as we look forward, there's risks to that plan, and then there's mitigation strategies that we have. And this slide just covers some of those risks and some of those mitigations. Business disruptions we've known over the last, over the last 8 years, have been a lot of those that have happened, including pandemics and other issues that happen. So that's always out there. We have to think about that. Our aging infrastructure. We talked about our plan to look at that and do the refurbishment of those things, but we never know when unanticipated things could happen, and we could have major failures that could be a cost to us that we weren't anticipating. And then as we're budgeting very tightly to the CIP, that gives us limited flexibility for those projects as we're moving forward within that. And looking beyond 2030, we're going to have, if nothing changes, and we'll talk about that more, if nothing changes, we'll assume lower spending level on both airport and seaport capital plans as we've been forecasting. And then of course, keeping our airport debt service coverage will be at or below 1.37 in those few years before it goes back up again. And then on the mitigation side, conservative budgeting always provides upside potential for us. It's better to, the risk, you go down to the saying down at the bottom here, was the risk of over-optimism is greater than the risk of pessimism. So within that, we want to continue to be conservative in our approach. And, on the mitigation side, too, we still have, as we heard from Jeff and Arif, we still have continued demand for airport and cruise businesses. And we saw that on cruise as well. So that's a real positive for us. And now we have greater cost certainty on some of these projects that are coming to fruition, including the cleanups, environmental liabilities, and then our mega projects are moving forward to completion. We have cost certainty there, so there won't be changes there. And we want to begin efforts of looking at, that'll lead us to the next slide, which is begin efforts to increase our capital capacity as we go towards the future. So next slide, please. So this is all the things that we have. If we don't change anything, then we've kind of where our forecast is going to take us. But we want to look at continue efforts to reduce our growth of capital of O&M expenditures going forward. We can look at that. We're going to be doing a lot of these things as we go forward and go into the beginning of 26. So when we report back to the commissioners, we'll be examining all of these ways to increase financial capacity for us. And that includes looking at exploring opportunities to generate additional revenues. Jeff Wolf talked a little bit about that. And we also talked about capital redevelopment. We need to review all of our capital that we have planned, our projects that we have planned, and look for prioritization within those and look for any opportunities. But we have to have the criteria that we want to meet within our prioritization as well. And then for financial management, we want to maintain our strong credit rating, and that allows us to be cost effective in our debt issuance as well. And we want to continue to evaluate our investments and how those investments will help us with our financial picture going forward. So that will take us to almost our final two slides. Elizabeth, I'll turn it back to.
All right. Scott's going to take the last slide.
So slide 24 covers Plan 2026 finance initiatives, which include issuing revenue bonds in support of the airport CIP. This is a continuation from the last several years. We will look to potentially issue some variable rate bonds, which we haven't done in many years. We will also monitor the need for new GO bonds to support seaport capital needs if needed. We have a potential refunding opportunity on the GO side. So if it pencils out, we may look to issue new GO bonds along with it. The timing works out. We do, generally speaking, look for opportunities to refund debt for interest savings. It's obviously become a little bit more difficult as rates have risen, but we do monitor those pretty closely. And we did issue $120 million of commercial paper to fund the acquisition of the International Place office complex, which we may or expect to potentially refund with either fixed or variable rate bonds next year. We do have one existing letter of credit that we will monitor and potentially renew or replace. And with that, I believe that concludes our presentation, but happy to answer any questions you may have.
Very good. All right, we'll begin with Commissioner Calkins.
Thanks so much for the presentation. I've got a few questions. I want to bring up one of the slides in the appendix, slide 32.
Let's give her just a moment to get there.
It's really exciting. Drum roll. It's titled Taxpayer Impact. I feel like every year I make this point, but I think it's really important to note that when you understand the way the port determines what we are going to request from the levy, we ask for an absolute number. We ask for 90.2, or the proposal is to ask for $90.2 million. That request is then spread across all property owners in King County. And so if there is a real change in the number of properties that are assessed taxes in King County, increase or decrease, it means that 90.2 is spread across those by value. And so what we're looking at here is a reflection of the fact that presumably from 25 to 26, the total value of properties in King County went up significantly. And in fact, outpaced the increase that we're asking for the levy. And as a result, the millage rate, which is the impact per $1,000 of property value in King County, actually drops this year. And I was reviewing the millage rates for all ports in Washington a couple of weeks ago. And we are one of the lowest of all of the ports anywhere in the state, of the 75 ports. And so our burden on taxpayers is actually lower than those experienced by a number of port jurisdictions. Now, even if it weren't, I would still say the reason we put this rate on here is because we believe that the value that 90.2 we're asking for will return to the community, I think, many times over the value that we're asking in terms of dollars. But I think it is important to note that it's actually a static number, not accounting for inflation. We're going from $85 to $85 for the median household. While cost for everything else is going up, the impact of the levy on households is going down. So I want to point that out. That's a really important one. The second one is let's go to slide 35. So this is the Environmental Legacy Fund. And I just want to, this is one where I want to push a little bit on the proposed additional contribution. So we know that from 2026 to 2030, we're forecasting $276 million in environmental costs that we're going to have to account for. Elizabeth, you said something about the use of cash to pay for those versus the use of bonds to pay for those. And can you give us, I want to do that deep dive because I want to know if we continue to fund the ELF, but then it ends up costing us in some way because of, say, tax liabilities or something. I want us to know that so we aren't continuing to fund that and then using that to pay it. On the other hand, if it might be better to use cash, then I wonder if it might make more sense to add more than just the $5 million. So if you could help us understand that dynamic between cash and bonds to pay for environmental costs.
Yes. So we have an accounting change that will move some non-operating expenses into operating expenses. Right now, most of our environmental remediation is considered non-operating. Under our bond resolutions, anything that's operating has to be calculated pursuant to GAAP. We're non-operating, we don't have to, so we've had flexibility to reflect our payments on remediation as just outflows, the cash outflows. So as we remediate, we're spending money, we're spending it over a number of years. We include those cash flows in our debt service coverage calculation. Once we move those to operating, we don't have that luxury anymore. We have to reflect the expense as an increase to our environmental reserve. So at the time we get a consent decree and we know what our cost will be, it could be a big number that becomes an operating expense in the form of a recognized liability as opposed to cash out the door. If we use GO bonds to pay for it, we think, and we're still doing our homework on how this accounting rule will work, then we can reflect the debt service payments because we're not using our operating revenues to make these payments anymore. We're using GO bond proceeds to make the payments. So,
and so if that then lowers the liability on our books, does that make us look like a better, is that good for credit rating, say?
It doesn't actually lower the liability on our books. It changes how we reflect expenses in the calculation of our debt service coverage based on our legal requirements in our bond resolutions. And yes, our conversations with rating agencies, they think some of these accounting changes are nuts and not reflecting what really what really is in the investor's standpoint. So they like that steady cash outflow that really reflects the cash outflows that the organization is experiencing as opposed to some of these, increases and decreases in reserves.
Okay. Next question is, one thing we've seen at the port, at Washington State Department of Transportation with the ferry system and the roads and bridges, is that deferred maintenance ends up costing a lot more money in the long term. And so if you postpone upgrading your ferries or repairing bridges, then, what would otherwise be a minor incident becomes a major incident, and you've got to essentially address. I mean, we had one last week, or I guess over the last quarter, where they've had to do emergency repairs to 2 different bridges now, some of which could be attributable to deferred maintenance. We've seen it in our own operations where in lean times we defer maintenance and then the eventual bill to repair or replace is significantly higher. Are there things, and maybe this is a question for you, Steve, are there things that are on the cusp of getting funded in terms of maintenance that don't quite make the budget, but could if we increased the levy by $10 or $15 million for a given year?
I think I understand exactly your question. If you remembered, especially on maritime and now just on aviation, a number of those projects are doing exactly that. Some of those we're doing for different reasons, for safety, for just to ensure refurbishment or updating of those, not restoration, but just making those improvements. And so I hear your question is there anything on the cusp? I think, and it's a step function that there's not like a given amount that you can do another project. There's like a project that comes at the next amount. So I think we've done the best we can with trying to balance those things. But I think we can go back to see that. But I don't know because your whole question goes back to, is it better to pay it now than it is to pay a bigger number in the future?
Yeah. Penny wise, pound foolish.
Yeah.
I certainly don't want us to be in that.
Off the top of my head, and we do look at those things in the margin. Some things are clearly in each side, and then you have to look at that on the margin to make a decision. So, Commissioner, I can go back and kind of look at that and talk with the team about that and see if there is something that would make a difference in the amounts that we're talking about by something like that.
And then finally, and then I'll cede the, I think it's slide 7. I just want to clarify something. Once we get that one up. So under levy policies, I don't believe we have a levy policy that says we set it at 75% of maximum levy. Has anyone set that as a policy?
We do. That was adopted a few years ago.
That we as the commission
Yes.
said you can only ask for 75%?
Yes.
Well, the good news is previous commissions cannot bind current commission's hands. So
Right.
if we want to reconsider that based on some of these questions around deferred maintenance or other priorities that would justify going above that threshold, I would more than welcome a conversation about the value of that.
And
Thank
if I may,
Yeah,
I'm sorry, Commissioner.
Commissioner Cho.
No, please, Elizabeth, make your point, and then
Oh, I was just going to note that to your question about projects that are on the cusp, we are projecting that we will have excess levy at the end of 2026, about 24 million in the levy balance at the end of 2026. So we do have those extra funds. We expect those to roll over and be used in a subsequent year. But if we need those funds for a project that's on the cusp, we could use those and then increase the levy in a future year to make up the difference if needed.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Cho.
does the $24 million you just specified could be rolled over, get accounted? Is that, let me see how I can find it. The $50 million shortfall or the deferred projects that you're expecting on the Seaport side, does that account for the $24 million? It does. So we're still $50 million in the hole, despite the $24 million rollover we're expecting.
Correct.
Okay. That leads me to follow up on Commissioner Calkins' question. Is I'm actually surprised staff has not recommended to us to increase the levy beyond 2% or beyond the 75% threshold. If we can go to slide 28. I mean, we're not even keeping up with inflation, folks. So I don't really understand why your recommendation is to keep it steady when you're telling me that we have $50 million in deferred projects potential on the Seaport side. We just learned that we need to cut $300 million from the aviation CIP. I mean, for every year that we forego the $30 million, that's $30 million we can't claw back. But on the other hand, it's $30 million we could potentially bank and have as reserves. So I just need to understand why the recommendation hasn't been made to us, or why we haven't even had a discussion yet about potentially raising the levy to a more appropriate, at least keep up with inflation, right? So I if Steve or anyone has that explanation, I'd like to hear it.
Let me
Executive Director Metric.
let me start with that, Elizabeth, then I'll turn to you, because I think there's two things there. The one is that of course we want to be good stewards of our funds that we have, but also there's if you start to go higher, and believe me, Commissioner, that was one of the things 8 years ago that I fought for increasing, because we weren't keeping up with inflation. You can see on the curve here where we were, and then we matched up. But in the discussion of that, it's how much we add to that growing to the red curve. Elizabeth, if you want to talk about that and what happens if you start to erode that, and where you could end up just in a very short time, if you exceed around 2%. Yeah.
Right. So for example, if we were to increase the levy 5% every year, within 10 years, we would be at the maximum. If we increased it by 10%, we'd be at the maximum in 4 years. So that cushion erodes pretty quickly. And I'll say that probably the single biggest benefit we get from the tax levy isn't just those few $1 million of additional levy we could get. It's the way the levy supports our revenue bonds. Because most of our debt is in the form of revenue bonds. That's what funds the airport. And by having this tax levy and having these cushions in the tax levy, it's what's contributed to being one of the few AA rated airports that gives us such great access to inexpensive capital for the revenue bonds.
And I've heard you make that argument before, Elizabeth, about the cushion and how it does help our underwriting, essentially. What I don't understand is why banking, because essentially what the difference is, it's realized and unrealized, right? And when you keep a cushion, it's unrealized, right? And so I don't understand how us taking it to the max, right, turning it into realized revenue, and then banking it would hurt our underwriting and our credibility as an institution. When you have a cushion, you're saying, yeah, we could draw on it, but we're not drawing on it, and you can only draw on it in the moment. So I just, like, I understand that it might help us make an argument, but from my perspective, if we're banking on it and we're putting in reserves, right, that from my perspective would be a better underwriting situation than foregoing. We're essentially foregoing $30 million every year. How is that better from an underwriting perspective when you could be realizing $30 million and putting it into some sort of reserve?
It's quite frankly because most investors would expect that would get spent and not held. If you $30 million every year, year after year, you end up hundreds of millions of dollars. And if we had the discipline to not spend it, I think that you would be exactly right. But I think there would be that concern of investors that it would get spent, and maybe concern of taxpayers of why are you increasing your taxes, particularly at a time when they're seeing other taxes increase.
So I'll ask, can we at least keep up with inflation? It's a serious question. Like, can we at least keep up with inflation? It's right in front.
Buying power kept on going down.
It's right there.
Yeah, Commissioner, I hear you. I hear Commissioner to talk about that, and we can.
I mean, that's justifiable from a public perspective, right?
Well, it goes back to the numbers. In a few years, you will. I hear what you're saying on inflation and inflationary times. When if it's especially high, I would not recommend keeping up with that. If we're talking the difference between, it's like 3.8 rate now, I think, for inflation, but. We can consider that, Commissioner. I can go back to look at that, what that would yield in with keeping with this, and then understanding of those things.
We had a similar conversation about this last year, and quite honestly, I agree with you, Commissioner Cho. With the caveat that Elizabeth just shared, which is, if we use this to go buy a shiny boat to pull behind our pickup truck, a one-time, sort of fun spend, whatever that would be, the equivalent at the port. Not wise. If we used it, and I use the example of the Environmental Legacy Fund as we are parking this money because we know, and the analogy I used last year was a college fund. I've got this big liability hanging out there, with 3 kids approaching college, and I needed the discipline to put that money away early, provided I can't touch it. And so I do think thinking about funding something like the TIF or the ELF with that kind of funds would actually demonstrate even more financial responsibility as an institution, than instead of waiting to then have to pull in a huge amount of money to pay these out years liabilities. We would be able to fund it with cash that we'd saved over time. But I think that's a policy question for the 5 of us and Steve to consider.
So, I just want to let everybody know I have to go pretty soon to go and pick up my kids. But Commissioner Mohammed has a comment, and then I have a couple questions of my own. So I'm going to pass it over to her.
I wanted to add to this and say, I guess maybe to our colleagues, it's obviously a policy decision that we can make to increase the tax levy. And I understand the need for additional resources and dollars, and we have huge infrastructure projects that we're working on and that supports the port's work. Yeah. But I'm also really mindful of where the tax levy dollars come from. It comes from property taxes, it comes from seniors, it comes from people who are on fixed income, small businesses who are already navigating really challenging times. And so I would not make the decision to increase the tax levy very lightly.
Okay, so switching gears a little bit, I have had several conversations with a variety of people who have great ideas of what we can use our tax levy for, and so I thought I would just go ahead and pose them to you all. Why not just use our levy to cover the full cost of the Duwamish River cleanup efforts when our partner jurisdictions are facing a deficit in their budgets?
We may need Elizabeth Black to help answer that question. We do have potentially liable parties who are supposed to be paying their fair share of those costs too. I'll note that our share of costs for all of our liabilities are fully funded in this plan through that combination of levy and geo bonds. We have not anticipated funding the liabilities that are legally the responsibility of any other party.
Because the liabilities are legally the financial responsibility of other parties, but it's all coming from the same funding source, which are the tax-paying people throughout King County. That's sort of the rationale I've heard. And so isn't the true public benefit just to get the project done? And why, what's your thoughts about that?
Yes, and I cannot say whether their source of funding is the same. The King County would be the same jurisdiction. Are they using property taxes? I don't know. City of Seattle is a narrower jurisdiction. And we have Boeing, I believe, is also a party. So I don't know if General Counsel Ramos
this
would
has
like
been
to
an
address
this is
anything. I'm going way out
question
of
that's
my
been posed to
field.
me by an elected leader at a local government, and so this is a real conversation that's taken place. Welcoming to the front, Sandy Kilroy.
Yes, hi, Sandy Kilroy, Senior Director, Environment and Sustainability. I think for the Elizabeth did an excellent job of responding. We work closely with other potential liable parties to allocate the costs that each of us will pay based on our legal responsibilities. I'm not aware that us paying differently speeds up the cleanup at all. Each of the parties is committed to pay their share and move forward with the cleanup, and the cleanup is moving forward. So I think I would like to consult on your question with legal and get back to you on more details. But I am not aware that anyone's approached us with the idea that the project isn't moving fast enough based on a lack of resources.
Okay. The next idea comes from other partners within local government and also community advocates. Why not use the levy as a source of funds to cover the full cost necessary for the window replacement program, sound insulation and window replacement program?
We are using the levy for the costs that we for the pilot program, and Sandy's team have been. Well, I'll let you speak to the status of that program.
Yes, we are underway implementing the pilot program for sound insulation repair and replacement. You've allocated $5 million for that. We are in the process of acoustically testing homes and determining which homes don't meet that testing. And we have a number of homes that will be moving now to the design phase of that for replacement. So at this point, again, we have the money you've allocated that we're still working to spend, and in the near term don't have a need for additional money. We have also gotten approval from FAA for our pre-1993 program, and that makes us eligible to apply these projects for the 80% reimbursement from FAA. So that should help a lot.
Executive Director Metrick, do you want to expand on that?
Commissioner, if I could just add to that too, it's also the opportunity cost. If that's so that getting the reimbursement from FAA would be great on that program. It's also the opportunity cost. We're $50 million short already in our maritime, and that's just to maintain. So the more we use the tax levy for non-capital projects and other things, it's a steady decline. And then pretty soon you could lose revenue generating properties and other things. We already know, we had an earlier discussion, we've heard about, some needs within maritime. So those things, it's a balance of all those things. You can't, if you're heavily weighted on one side of the use of the levy, you really are foregoing the future. On your future to keep the port viable, producing those jobs and producing those revenues that produce the jobs that drive the port.
Okay. And that same rationale applies to the other idea that we've heard in public comment also by leaders in local government, which is what if we just did a set aside of a percentage of the revenues generated from our tax levy and reinvested that directly into environmental mitigation, remediation, and public health projects in airport impacted cities. Then the other thing that I've heard from legal is the reason why not is because it'd be considered a gift of public funds. But I'm looking at legal. Yeah.
Yes, I'm. To me, really, all the questions you are asking are policy questions. The commission could choose to do these things, and in making those choices, would forego other things that you wanted to do. So, in terms of authority and the legal support for doing that, we should talk about that separately. But in the big picture, the commission makes these choices.
Fantastic. All right, Commissioner Fellman, and I've got to get going. Thank you very much.
I just don't want.
Thank you, Commissioner Fellman. Just a quick point. I think polluters should pay their own bills. And when it comes to health care, I think the companies that people are working for should also pay for the health care of their employees. We shouldn't have to take on those bills as a public agency.
All right.
Commissioner Fellman, thanks for yielding your time.
All right, thank you. So I remember Elizabeth saying for every $1 million we got we can invest in the levy, it's $10 million we can put towards these other projects, right? So the opportunity cost is a major magnitude. So that's something that I keep in the back of my head in terms of when we talk about reprogramming this money. So and that money could then go to some construction, it could go to some environmental, it could go to whatever. I am certainly have no interest in paying King County's tab on the cleanup of the Duwamish, but to Sandy's point, that does not seem to be the limiting factor, other than giving most of that money to lawyers at this point. The fact that that maritime is not, is one of our challenges for revenue. I got to say, I was a little surprised when we have this, 5-year lease for the cruise, that we don't have anywhere in that memo what the revenue is. I mean, or how it compares. I mean, I heard, well, in the net, it's a little better, but I mean, I never would get a memo like that from the Seaport Alliance. I would, say, well, we're a 5-year lease. The projections are this. It obviously would have to have a range because we don't know some of the out-of-pocket expenses. But I mean, this is our one bright light in our revenue stream in maritime, other than the fixed income from Seaport Alliance, and we're not being told. I mean, and are our rates appropriate? I mean, we're told by Stephanie that we're some of the most expensive cruise terminals to go to. We're also most lucrative for the cruise industry. I'm not here to judge whether it's good or bad. It's just not disclosed. So, I mean, for our big revenue, for where we are in a whole, I just would hope that we would have more detail.
We can follow up with that detail.
And somewhat to Commissioner Cho's point about the CPE, that you can see, like Lance would always say, you can look at any airport and see how the construction schedule and the CPE track directly, right? So we're just going to be on a high ramp because we're burning $1 billion a year, and that'll come down as we clear the dust, right? So that oscillation is somewhat self-inflicted, right?
He would also say that the CPE is not an apples to apples comparison when you compare those numbers to other airports.
That's
so he
correct.
would caution against comparing our CPE to another airport's CPE.
Well, it's just an oscillation that maybe we have different variables, but it's not it's not continuous. Also, I am channeling Lance a little bit. My thoughts and prayers are going to his family right now it's like a nightmare. I was going to say that to the end, but since we brought them up, it's not a pretty sight. So the other thing is when we've talked about the levy rate increase, we will let you answer my question here. Just 1 second. This assumption that it has to be the same every year. I mean, it's, we don't have to bump right up against it, but to Commissioner Cho's point, we can bank some for a while and then, flatten it out. But right now, how much less is our buying power at the end of the day? We're towards 2030. How much less money are we actually, with the levy increase right now, what's our loss of buying power?
We can make that calculation. I suggest that at the November meeting, when we have the first budget hearing, we can come back with some options for a change to the tax levy that puts us closer to the inflation adjusted level.
And that was just 1 second. That was something I think we've expressed in the past. You folks are giving us a recommendation based on all your years of experience that we have no reason to doubt, but you're not giving choices, right? So again, these are policy decisions that how much or how fast we want to bump up against the wall, whether or not having it in the bank versus having the dry powder is going to risk it. These are sort of questions, for the best of our knowledge, we could take the advice. Anyway, so give us some choices and be a more informed conversation. But the idea that at the end of the day, with the increase, we're still going to have less buying power seems kind of crazy.
Okay, I'm going to let. I've taken over the chair role again.
We have two folks, right? So Stephanie.
So I'm the chair now.
All right.
So I'm going to ask Stephanie to respond to the question that was posed earlier.
So is that, yes, thank you. Okay, so Commissioner, our new lease agreement will provide, the port will keep 93% and the terminal operator will keep 7%. The lease that it is replacing, we kept 88% and they kept 12%. So this is better. In terms of, for us, right, we're keeping a larger percentage. In terms of telling you, like, it's this many millions of dollars over the long run, remember, this isn't a guarantee of cruise pass, right? So when we came to you with the Carnival Corporation long-term agreement, we shared with you the total dollars that was committing to us. So I don't want to double count, given your concerns you've raised about over counting cruise. So what this does, it does not guarantee us any amount of cruise business. This is the lease operator. It guarantees us a larger cut of the pie as the pie does grow.
But we have forecasts of what that growth is. And I'm just saying there's no certainty. But
yes, and I'm happy to provide that. I don't want to mislead you in a lease saying that is guaranteed, but I'm happy to provide that forecast. Yes.
And I think it's a good story. So
indeed. Thank you.
Steve had something he wanted to reply to before, didn't you? Were you? Or no?
No, I think
right.
Stephanie covered it on that.
Okay. So I am going to pull the reins in a little as we wrap up the meeting. Are there any further comments or questions from commissioners? Okay, terrific. The one note I wanted to, one thing over 8 years of doing this is there are, almost 8 years of doing this, there are moments that are going to defy every forecast. There's going to be a pandemic. There's going to be an enormous IRA and BBB bill that infused tons of money into budgets that were unexpected. So we know you're doing your best to forecast based on using history as a guide, but there will always be significant changes to this. And certain things like potential grants, legal judgments in our favor, we don't forecast for those things because they're just simply not, they're not a bird in hand. And so there may be some opportunities for revenue sources that are sort of unexpected that may come and benefit things. But in conservative budgeting, you don't put those things in unless they actually materialize. So, okay, with that said, that concludes our business meeting agenda for the day. Are there any closing comments at this time or motions relating to committee referrals from commissioners? You all are welcome to.
Thank you.
Commissioner Mohammed.
Thank you. I would like to consider a motion for committee or for us to take a vote if appropriate. I want to be able to help move the SCA Workers Healthcare Initiative forward, or the discussion forward. We did have a report that came to commissioners, and so I welcome Executive Director Metric, Mr. Ramos, and Mr. Pritchard or Clerk Hart to provide some guidance here. In December of 2024, the Commission did adopt an order launching a two-phase approach to explore how to enhance healthcare benefits for non-government SEA workers. Phase one of that order basically said that we should study healthcare benefits related to business outcomes and review policies at major airports across the country and survey current benefits provided to SEA workers. That study has been concluded. The University of Washington concluded that we've received their findings. There's clear correlations between the level of health care and impacts such as worker retention, recruitment, safety, and training. So we have those findings now where we should be moving into phase two to envision what a potential policy could look like, or a policy directive to guide implementation of a healthcare requirement for SEA workers. And so I'm part of the Workers' Condition Committee, and we've received a lot of helpful information from the legal team, from the policy team, from the University of Washington, those who conducted the study. And the information ranges. And so I think now we're at a place where it would be very helpful if the commission could receive maybe 4 or 5 specific definition of options that could outline what next steps that commissioners can take to advance the goal of healthcare access for all SEA workers. That could include, the authority that we have. I know we talked about state options. We've talked about actions that we can take. There are obviously legal risks for different options, but if that can come to us in a concise way that allows commissioners to have 4 to 5 options, they can consider the legal risks associated with each one. I think then we could have a more productive discussion around which path we really want to pursue as a commission. And so, again, we did receive a lot of helpful information. And so, and it's already out there, but what I'm requesting is just like a formal document that provides those clear recommendations. I don't think it's new work that needs to be created. It's already what has been provided to us. If it just can come to us in a more concise way is what I'm looking for. And then we can move towards making some decisions around that. So if we could receive that maybe in 1 or 2 weeks. I know the workforce Workers' Condition Committee is on an ad hoc basis, so we could schedule another time to meet, and the members of that committee can then bring something forward, or it could just come forward to the entire commission. So that's what I'm posing. Not sure if it should be a formal motion or what.
For referral to committee, we do need a motion, a second, and a vote, correct? Or can we just refer to committee?
Mr. Chairman, I think this topic is already at that committee. So that would be my take on that. So I really think that we've heard Commissioner Mohammed. She's given a directive, 4 or 5 options to come back to committee for continued
committee
discussion.
to recommend to the commission as a whole a policy direction.
Mm-hmm.
That's correct.
Okay.
And Mr. Chair, I believe that, Commissioner Mohammed, you're asking just for us to execute the second portion of that order. So that, I think that's the stage we're at. And we'll come back to you with sort of like a timelines within what you've requested and next steps for that committee as well.
I want to be specific. 1 to 2 weeks would be really helpful.
Yep. Thank you.
Okay. And General Counsel Ramos.
Thank you. I'll just say we're happy to work on that. There is a lot more than the legal considerations. There's policy considerations. There's impact considerations. So it's amassing it all together, and we're happy to participate in that to do our part.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. Any additional commissioner comments or committee referrals? Commissioner Fellman.
I already acknowledged the fact that we have the largest hurricane ever hitting Jamaica right now. But I also, we have another pretty turbulent storm going on with our aviation workers, the folks that keep us safe in the air. And we had the pleasure of meeting with them in the halls here. And I really find it remarkable that people can be called essential and then not be paid. The irony of that is not lost on me. And it's not just the air traffic controllers. There's a whole ecosystem of federal workers that are not getting their paycheck, just like the TSA. So as an airport, I think, we were more than happy, Commissioner Cho and I, to lend our voice to that. But I think there may be an opportunity here for us to do something more than that. I also just want to point out, last week was as Ocean Week, was really a great success. And I think all of the commissioners, every day of that week, I was doing something to represent the office. And it was a lot of work, but I think it was very well received. And then I think there was one last thought here, but anyway, I'm happy to have been able to participate in Ocean Week. And I think the port had a really great role in elevating some of those issues like industrial lands that I felt was really great. So, thanks.
Executive Director Metric, any closing comments?
Thank you, commissioners. Thank you for that. I just also wanted to mention we lost another port employee this week. Chris Nall is another port employee. I think the third within the last 3 weeks to pass away. So it's our thoughts and prayers go out to his friends, family, and colleagues here at the port. So worked in aviation, and I do take away going back to the subject matter of coming up some scenarios is what I described them, that we will come back and look at that for the tax levy as well. So thank you, commissioners, for your endurance today.
Okay. Hearing no further comments and having no further business, if there is no objection, we are adjourned at 4:23.